4th, 2020, and it is 7:36 p.m. Roll call, please.
I think I need to get Tracy unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Now
Yes.
we can. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Director Boyd,
Here.
Director Decker,
Yes.
Director Harvey,
Here.
Director Lohman,
Here.
Director Slater Carter.
Present. I want to start this meeting with a huge thank you to the staff for setting up the district so we could have live in-person people attending, and all of the work that has been done on this project for the last 2 years as we have discussed it. And now we're at the 218 hearing. Also the community for all your involvement and for your making time on your evening to come and give us your comments. Thank you very much. This is what makes our district very special, is that it is a community a community resource and a community passion. And I think our district is better for it. Thank you very much. Do we have oral comments other than those on the agenda? We're going to move right into the public hearing. If I don't see any public comments other than those on the agenda, I'm guessing that Sid, I see that you're muted. I see your hand up, but I'm assuming that's for the agenda item. We have 50 participants here. That's a good number, and thank you very much. So let's start then with the public hearing on first public hearing of 3 tonight. It is receive final water and sewer rate studies and review and possible action concerning Prop 218 rate limits for sewer service charges and establishment of new water system reliability charge. Clemens. You're on mute. There you are.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you, Catherine. I'm going to dive right into our staff presentation. I'm going to try to share the screen. We're going to explain to you through the staff presentation is that this is about funds to maintain for our infrastructure. We're going to show you that there is a need today and that we need to increase the revenue rates to maintain our systems, both the water and sewer systems. So I'm going to ask Scott to enable the screen sharing for me.
I think you can. Do you not see the control?
Host disabled attendee screen sharing. So you have to click the option to share for others. It's the only way to get it on.
Looking for that. Share screen. No, I don't want to share. No, Clemens, I'm sorry, I don't see it. I'm going to make you the host momentarily, and actually, that's not going to work.
It's under share screen. You can actually allow others to share.
Yeah, you should be able to do it already. You don't see the control?
Tells me that the host is able.
No, I got it. You're good to go.
Okay. All right. So, and I have the PowerPoint up. And I do not find PowerPoint available to share. Okay. Okay. Let me just see one more time real briefly. Scott, I sent you the presentation.
Yeah, let me see if I can do this.
I am not able to get on my.
All right, let me give it a shot here, Clemens.
Okay.
Okay. Are you able to see the presentation?
Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Scott. So as we begin today's presentation and the public hearing, I want to really thank the board for their continued diligence in addressing the infrastructure and financial challenges of this. This is really we are a very local district vital agency, and the balanced approach that the board really brought to the table throughout the years has really allowed us to maintain these critical systems while keeping the rates affordable. And so that's really much appreciated. So today's public hearing and rate proposal is a result of multiple years of discussions focused on having the adequate funds to maintain our system. We must replace every year aging pipes, pumps, tanks, and wells. Our current rates are not enough to stay ahead of needed repairs and replacements. As we look to the coming year's budget, please know we have cut, but this will not resolve the need for dedicated infrastructure replacement funds. Our proposed rates are really a step in the right direction, but they will not fully fund our infrastructure needs. Next slide, please. So this is a bit what we're going to do right now. We're going to look at really this Prop 218 process, which is this notification process, this legal requirement that any public agency has to go through rate increases. We're going, of course, to review our infrastructure needs, the studies that go along with this, and ultimately this is an action item. So we're going to take, we're going to ask the board to take action on the questions that we've asked. That's a proposed water system reliability charge, the sewer fees and charges, and also an economic hardship assistance discount. Next slide. And the economic hardship assistance discount is really separate from the Prop 218 process that we're talking about. We have included here because it is obviously related to this rate increase and also planned for approval at tonight's meeting at a later agenda item. The next slide, please. So, so here we are, and look, I really then, again, the water system reliability charge is asked to be established. This is a fixed charge. This is an infrastructure related charge. infrastructure does not depend on water usage. So that's why this is a fixed charge. The typical charge, as probably everyone knows, for the 5/8 meter is $558 and some cents. It's supposed to start in July 1, 2020. Of course, with the way property taxes are collected, the bills are going to come in November and payments due in December and April. We're looking at an annual sewer rate increase of 9% per year. Now, that's the same mechanism to collect the funds, meaning it's through the property tax roll. That is actually now a consumption charge. That is consumption based. And we also talk about now the economic hardship assistance discount. As I just stated, it's really associated with this whole process here. We've received a number of questions and tried to summarize them here. And I think there are really a number of very good questions and comments from the community, and they really highlight the very issue that we've been considering really during this process. And our presentation here is really trying to address, trying to show that we address those questions in the process. So really, please understand that most of these questions and issues have been discussed at previously at board meetings, finance committee meetings over really, the past year. And we recognize that not really everyone has the time or desire to come to the meetings. The Prop 218 notice may be how people really hear about this rate increase. We also recognize that a number of residents do not want their rates to increase. And we also acknowledge that higher charges will put more financial burden on the community members. So that said, of course, the Montara Water and Sanitary District Board members are community members. So is most of our staff, which really means that we're welcoming the community questions and the input on an ongoing basis. So please don't hesitate picking up the phone, talking to us, not only when you see an issue like this, but on a regular basis. I can assure you that the decisions that are proposed and taken today are not taken lightly. The next slide, please. So this is just a little bit a snapshot of really the meetings that we had in the past year or so. So today's public hearing rates is a result of this multiple meetings, multiple years of capital infrastructure, financial and rate discussion. And as you can see, these topics form the basis for most discussion that is undertaken at our board meetings. In addition to the meetings listed here, we have a more extensive list in the staff report that shows what we've done actually since 2018, finance committee meetings, all with the need for increased water and sewer revenues to fund our infrastructure. I think, and the next slide, I think the one point that I want to get across that is really important here is the funds are restricted to be used only for infrastructure. So none of these funds can be used for, we're talking now on the water system reliability charge. These funds are restricted exclusively for infrastructure use. The sewer service charge is also designed to fund the operations of the sewer side. Sewer and water funds are strictly separated. There have been loans between sewer and water fund. They're strictly, they're tracked and of course need to be paid back. So here on this slide, we're looking at the Prop 218 public process. So it's again, a culmination of more than 2 years of discussion and action taken in February and March this year. Our outreach included information on district's website, district newsletter, our local online publications, And actually, we had some public tours planned, though they were canceled due to the COVID-19 situation. And of course, we're getting numerous customer calls, emails, inquiries that we've been responding to throughout this process. The next slide. So this is just a little bit showing some of the mailings that we did. Next slide. Here's some example newspaper articles, online articles about our rate increases that we're discussing tonight. Next slide. Okay, so here, what we're really looking at here, why now? So district needs funds to continue maintaining our vital infrastructure. What we're going to show here is that we have $2 million in annual infrastructure needs that are currently unfunded. And this is based on average annual funding needs over the next years to address needs of aging infrastructure and coastal conditions. Plant replacement is the safest and most secure, most cost-effective means to maintain our system. The next slide, please. So this slide really shows how the current water rates are inadequate. Historically, water rates the water rates are really what customers essentially pay for meter and volumetric consumption use of water. So these are the bi-monthly bill payments. The historical water rates provided around $500,000 annually for capital projects. Today, these rates provide only $200,000, and that's due to increased cost. To be able to react to infrastructure needs, to pipes that are failing, other issues, the water side needed for this current fiscal year, a $500,000 loan from the sewer side. So even this current fiscal year, the water side has not been able to support needed infrastructure improvements. So in the past 10 years, the district has only implemented minimal inflationary water rate increases over the past 10 years. Many customers now pay roughly the same in inflation-adjusted terms as they did in 2010. Of course, this has to do with that now conservation has set in, but conservation is really something that we have to encourage, but it takes away from our revenue. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I think what we're really pointing out here is that, why are we not looking at a different funding mechanism, let's say a loan or so, or bond of some sorts, whatever it is. That is a mechanism that's really designed for if you have a very specific project that is a cash spike that is needed. That's a situation that's resolvable through a loan. Ongoing funding source a loan is not an ongoing funding source. So similar to like a mortgage payment, of course, we also have to have adequate income to qualify for financing loans. And so the debt service ratio is what these agencies are looking at, and it is not favorable for us. So at this time, we would have the water side would have difficulties taking out loans. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the why a water system reliability charge? So as I just explained, we really have a continuous, ongoing need to source our source of funds that's dedicated to the infrastructure improvements. We've, in the past 15 years, really maintained our infrastructure through some rates. We just showed that there was actually some money available through the rates that could be used for capital investments, but it was supplemented through the GO bonds that initially were authorized for the purchase of the water system. Not all of them were used to purchase the system. The rest was actually used to improve the system. We also, of course, took advantage of low interest loans and grants. De facto, if you're looking at our budget later, you will see that the debt service on the water side is around $1 million, $1.4 million annually. That includes the GO bond payments, but it is a very high debt ratio already for our operation. Next slide, please. So we really went through this process. This is really the money that we spent in the past 15 years, projects that were implemented. So you see, we did take care of the system. The district really focused on improving the water system. It was in dire need for repair when we inherited the system, or when we purchased the system in 2003. And so we did take care of the system, put a lot of money already in the ground with the funding mechanisms that were described, increasing our debt service. So next slide, please. So why now? So today, the water system has needs, and what we know, what we need to do right now is that of our roughly 25 miles of water mains, 8.5 miles need replacement, need maintenance, and that includes, of course, associated infrastructure. There's valves and pressure reducing stations that need to be replaced, and that cost money. We know we actually used some loans to build tanks. We built 3 new tanks in the last 6 or 7 years. We have older tanks that are now really available to be maintained. And so we understand that our tanks that are older are in dire need for repair. Our treatment plants, 2 of our treatment plants, the Pillar Ridge plant, the Alta Vista water treatment plant, need work, and they need it today. So those improvements were postponed, and we are in a situation where we cannot longer postpone these. Our wells are an ongoing need for maintenance. They need to be rehabbed probably every 5 to 10 years. They need to be re-drilled every 30 to 40 years. Next slide, please. So here is really a snapshot of, this is really going back to the analysis from SRT, our water engineer. And so this is really the projects that we just talked about, the needs that we identify today, and this is the cost that is associated with this in current dollars. Next slide, please. And here I'm going to ask our consultant Alex Handlers from Bardell Wells to jump in and talk a little bit about this slide.
Very good. Thank you, Clemens. So this slide summarizes the proposed charges. Everyone should have the full set of charges in the Prop 218 notices that were mailed out there. And there's a lot more information in the board packets. But just to summarize, what's being proposed is a charge designed to generate roughly $1 million per year. It's based on water meter size, which is aligned with water meter capacity and the infrastructure needs for serving each meter size. A couple things I just wanted to mention. the number that's being put out there by the engineers is that you really need about 2 million per year for these ongoing infrastructure needs. Yet this charge is only generating 1 million per year. And I just want to acknowledge that through the process, we, through all the meetings and with the board and the finance committee, there were a lot of options looked at, a lot of different funding levels. And, ultimately with all these decisions, it's a balance of competing objectives. On one hand, the, higher levels of funding are needed. On the other side of the coin, I know everyone wants to keep rates as affordable as possible. So this, in my mind, is a real big step in the right direction. It doesn't fully solve your needs, but the understanding is you're going to continue to, come back and reevaluate this in future years. And the other thing to reiterate for everyone is this is a completely separate charge from your regular water rates. Those will still be collected through the bi-monthly billings, and those will fund your operations, et cetera. Next slide, I think, goes back to you, Clemens.
Yeah, we're going to start looking at what we're doing on the sewer side, really. Next slide, please. The situation on the sewer side is actually somewhat different. We've been proactive in funding our sewer maintenance and investing in infrastructure rehabilitation over the past decade. But we see also that higher levels of capital funding are needed to going forward. Many treatment plants and pipelines are approaching the end of their useful life. Not only here, many regional agencies have adopted substantial rate increases in recent years or over the past decade to increase the funding and address the infrastructure needs. This is really a nationwide problem, and I think it is very much more so in California. Most of the infrastructure was built at the same time, is now between 40 and 60 years old. So all agencies are going to go through this process of figuring out how can we actually replace and maintain our aging infrastructure. Next slide, please. So, one of the agencies that has a similar need is actually our partner agency, Sewer Authority Mid-Coast side. So the Sewer Authority Mid-Coast side, we call it SAM, is the centralized treatment plant, sewer treatment plant that treats the sewage. So we are a part owner of it and need to finance that treatment plant. In addition, besides the actual treatment that SAM is providing for us, we own the collection system that is really all the infrastructure in Montara and Moss Beach, and the sewage has been sent to the centralized treatment plant. The wastewater treatment plant, the SAM treatment plant, is over 40 years old and in need of substantial rehabilitation. And here's a little bit the situation that I described. This plant was mostly funded by grants. That was minimal ratepayer investment over the past 40 years. Now it's in need of being replaced, and grant money is not available immediately. So the evaluation recommends 40 million of upgrades at the SAM plant over the next 5 to 10 years. Some funding needs may be temporarily deferred by funding additional rehabilitation. There's also a very specific situation where consent decree with ERF citizens group requires completion of around a rough $7.8 million of improvements to the inner tie pipeline system of the Sewer Authority Mid-Coast site by June 30, 2024. So all in all, the district's share of the costs of the next 4 to 5 years is projected to be at $700,000 per year. This is only the portion of Sewer Authority Mid-Coast side funding needs. Our own funding needs, our engineering analysis identified the need for around 1.9 million in current dollars per year of replacement of aging pipelines and pump stations over the next 20 years. That's based on an analysis that's done by our sewer engineer. Roughly 60% of our pipelines are older than 60 years on the sewer side. On the sewer and on the water side, I want to point out that, of course, our facilities are really operating in coastal conditions. We see stainless steel rusting. Everybody lives here understands how abrasive the above ground infrastructure is attacked by our salt. The next slide, please. And I'm going to hand it back to Alex, who's done a lot of work on the rates study side for us. Alex, help us understand this one.
The past with rates, the last study was
Alex,
a
you
couple of
were
years.
muted. Can you start again?
Oh, yes, sorry, yeah. This slide just kind of summarizes what's happened in the past with your rates. The last study was a couple of years ago for folks who, were at the board meetings or involved at the time. And the sewer side is facing, the similar situation as the water, where there's a lot of infrastructure needs and not enough funding coming in. So what the plan was, 2 years ago, was looking at kind of a long-term plan to, gradually phase in the funding that you needed. And before that, there was a number of years of, roughly inflationary increases. And going on to the next slide, it shows a summary of what the proposed rates are. And again, just as with the water side, we looked at a lot of different options kind of leading up to this. It kind of got boiled down to, does the district want to do a kind of a one-time large rate spike to get your funding where it needs to be for the infrastructure? Or do you want to continue phasing it in? And no surprise, the consensus was for continuing to phase in the rate. So the district took, 2 pretty big steps over the last couple of years. And I think the desire was to continue gradually phasing in these increases as gradually as possible while still generating some extra funds. So what's being proposed is 3 9% rate increases for the next few years. Just as with the water side, that's not going to generate the full funding that you need long-term right out of the gate. So, the district's going to have to come back and reevaluate in a few years. And just so everyone's clear, because the funding needs for Sewer Authority Mid-Coast side there's a lot of near-term funding needs, and with a consent decree, it's possible that the district might have to draw down some of its sewer fund reserves in the upcoming years while the rates are gradually being phased in. But this will keep you on course towards addressing the long-term infrastructure needs. And finally, the last slide. And this kind of came out of one of the public meetings, no surprise. I've seen this at other agencies too. Someone brings up, hey, is there any way you can, cut the rates or give a break to folks who are on a fixed income or have economic hardship? And not every agency does this because there's some, details with, how you're going to get the funding. It can't be other ratepayers subsidizing, but the district does have some funding sources that can be used. And I think the real basics here are the district's proposing an economic hardship discount based on income. There would be a $100 discount for the water bills and a $100 annual discount on the sewer side as well. The eligibility for this would be based on PG&E's CARE program. They have a special low-income discount program. Folks who are already on this discount through Recology on the garbage side are automatically going to be enrolled in the district's program. And for folks who are not, the district's going to have information on their website, assuming this gets adopted, where people can get more information. So this is going to be a separate board item. And the other thing I'll mention is, using PG&E's CARE program is a very common way of doing this. That's what most agencies in Northern California do who actually have a discount.
Thank you. I'm going to ask for the next slide. And I think that's actually the next one is the last one. So going back to the questions and answers, I'm just going to talk briefly about those. You have some answers there. I'm going to elaborate. Why is this water system reliability charge needed? I hope it's coming across clearly. We have an annual $2 million infrastructure investment need that is not going away. You see timelines associated with this, 20 years, whatever it is. The $2 million annual need is not going away. That's existing today and will continue. Can we postpone or lower the new charges? Well, this is from my perspective. The funds are really needed today to fix the system. Postponing or lowering reduces what we can maintain. We showed that the water side needed $500,000 this year to pay for needed infrastructure and placement. There's always a planned portion of infrastructure improvements. There is an unplanned portion. I think it is very important to understand that these funds are also needed to repair things that break. And so it is very costly to maintain a system essentially going in these both directions. In a reactionary state where we still are, where every water agency is with pressurized pipes, mainline breaks happen. And then there's a planned portion really of here is what we're going to do, planned projects so there's two sides to this. Do any of these funds pay for new development? Absolutely not. These funds are for existing infrastructure only. Any development that comes and joins the system is paying a connection fee. And also, they are so connection fees. They're also, of course, then paying for any infrastructure that is needed directly. So any infrastructure improvement that is needed to bring them online, they will fund. We raised the sewer rates over the past year. Why are we asking for more? We did an assessment. We still have an ongoing some years ago, elevated the rates as Alex just showed. We today still have an ongoing 2.5 million infrastructure investment need. Okay, so can we simply fund the project with debts or grants? I hope we were able to show that you need to have adequate income to qualify for any loan situation, for example. And loans are really only designed to offset a cash spike that is needed. A loan needs to be paid back. It is not free money. Did the district fail to make capital improvements in the past? The district has done a tremendous job of fixing a failed system. We are in a situation now where we really need to increase our repair and replacement to keep the system in the good condition we brought it in. Is the charge too low? We've heard this, interestingly enough. No, it is absolutely not too low. It will not fully fund all needs. We understand that we have $2 million need and the charge is only collecting $1 million. It's a step in the right direction to addressing the infrastructure need. It gives us the opportunity to start this process. We do have to reassess in some years, and the district is planning today for reassessing. Are salaries, benefits, retirement programs driving the need for rate increases? No, this is completely separate. Operations are paid through the water rates, not through the water system reliability charge. As I mentioned before, the funds are restricted. Can the district give a break to folks on limited income? We talked about the introduction of the economic hardship assistant. And with that, let's go on to the next slide. So as I mentioned, this is an action item. We're going to ask the board to approve the proposed water system reliability charge. We're going to ask the board to approve the sewer fees and charges. And we're also going to ask the board tonight to approve and adopt the economic hardship assistance discount. And with that, I would like to hand it back to the board.
Thank you. Okay, here we are. Let's open the public hearing. And I'm going to give, we have 50 people participating in addition to staff and consultants. I'm going to ask everyone to take up to 2 minutes per speaker. We're going to start with the folks who are at the district offices. Clemens, how many are there?
Thank you. There is no one at the district office.
Oh, well, that moves the process along quickly then. Thank you. Then we're going to go down the list of participants on the participant list. I will read speakers in groups of 3, and we will just head down rather than looking for hands. That way we won't miss anyone. And if you, I see there are some folks here just with simply a phone number, so I will read the last 4 digits of your phone number for that. So let's start the public comment. I see Sid Young. So Sid, you'll have to unmute. You don't need to turn the camera on.
I was looking for the unmute, but it showed up in the middle of my screen, thank God. Okay. I have several questions, so it's not really so much a public comment right now, but I went back to the December 5th meeting where you guys had the Bartle and James, Bartle and Wells presentation. And I have some questions probably for Alex. One of it on page 46 of your agenda said that the 2020 replacement needs was $2,647,750. And then the next year, 2021, was only $19,500. The next year was 2022 was $59,500. And then 2023 drops down to 19,500 again. The next year is 59.5. Then it spikes way up to 5 million. So I think I saw a little bullet point that said all the otherwise unfinished projects are going to be lumped into 2020. But is that why it's so expensive for the first year of the 2.640,470 whatever thousand? Is that right, Alex? Or is there something really big that we haven't been doing?
Okay, Sid, one of the things we're going to do is save the questions until save the answers until the end.
All right.
Alex, you were
Keep
taking
asking my
notes, I
question.
assume.
Okay. And it also showed they had some renewal costs in there, which all have spikes on the next page, which is page 48 of that agenda. And there's a graph, and it shows a lot of the replacement cost spikes that are in 2028, 2035, and of course, 2020 and 2025 were bigger than the other years. Now, the water rates currently generate 1.9 million per year in rate revenues. But I looked at my particular rate, my most recent MWSD water bill, and I am paying $25.08 for actual water, which is 33% of the bill. The other part of the bill is 76%, and that's a fee that they're calling basic service. So when Alex is talking about in his presentation, I think it's page 4 of his presentation, or 52 and 53, where it says they're generating 1.9 million per year in rate revenues. Is that combined with the basic fee, or is that just the water revenue itself? That's one question. Because I mean, basically, I don't use very much water, so I'm paying more in fees than I am in water. So it also said that there's a potential to phase in more charges in future years. I think that's everybody's fear. That's why particularly this year, many people were requesting that you just take your foot off the gas and start it up slower this year because of COVID and the hardships everybody's going through. Anyway, the last question I had here was on his presentation, he gave an option of a fixed rate, 50% fixed rate and 50% usage rate, but you guys chose to go ahead with the big jump of just using a flat fee for every household. So, I mean, I know you give different rates for different water size pipes, but that didn't seem very fair to me to, give everybody the same rate when I'm just a single person in one house, and a lot of, my next door neighbor has 5 people. So they're going to be paying the same water reliability charges as me. So then when I get to the sewer, I only have a few questions on the sewer rate study. And that was that, I got my bill in 2018. It was in the $800 range. And next year I got the big jump and it went up to $1,011. And I've talked to some other rate payers, and that's not based on actual usage. That is based on a minimum fixed rate. It used to be, I thought it was based on the wet weather flows and your usage in the, rainy season. But I called Clemens, and he was very kind to send me a list of my different charges. And I only use 3 HCFs for every 2 months. And yet one of the things on Alex's chart that he was just showing said that they were going to be, the sewer charge is now based on a value of 4 HCFs a month. So that's 8 for every bill. That's a lot. I just think, you do have to make a lower minimum rate, because there's people out there who are on fixed incomes, like Peggy Emery, which and another lady on my street. They're both invalids. I went and collected their protest letters today. They're shut-ins. Not everybody can pay the high fees. So that's pretty much my point. But if Alex can go along, or maybe Clemens, explain, when did you stop giving us a sewer charge based on the actual wet weather rate of our water use and decide to go with a minimum rate for low users? That I was not aware of. That it's never been brought up at any meeting. So that's it. Those are my questions. Oh, I did have one other question, but I can wait to ask it on the other agenda item, or you can just write it down and answer it later. And that was, if people do apply for the CARES program, I think the limit for a single person household is 33,000. But if you can qualify for it, when does it have to be in order to get the discount? Before the tax bills go out, or anytime? That's my other question. Thanks. Did you hear everything? Nobody's answering me, so I'm done. Hello? Okay.
Unmute. Okay, we were having a problem with the mutes. I apologize to everyone. Sid, you went on for about 5 minutes. I'm going to ask, I'm sure you asked a lot of questions in detail that a lot of people are interested in, and I probably will not mute myself again, given the problem with unmuting. I'm not a technology person, I apologize. Anyway, so we're going to move with Joel Farbstein, then Bill Huber, then Joe Loomis.
Okay, thanks. Sid and I had our hands raised at the beginning of the meeting for oral comments, not about the budget. I took a screenshot, so I'd like to address that before my time starts. My question, and that I submitted to MWSD, was about procedure. I called the state of California's Legislative Analyst's Office, and they couldn't point me to anything that specifically prohibits a district from accepting protest letters electronically, whether it's online petition, email, a DocuSign signature. I read that Prop 218 forbids the legislature and local governments from imposing a signature requirement for local initiatives that is higher than the applicable to statewide statutory initiatives. But can you point me to something in Prop 218 that specifically prohibits electronic submission of protest letters? I know it's MWSD's position that you need a wet signature, but the question I was asking was, if a district wants to accept electronic submissions, wouldn't that comply with Prop 218? And that MWSD could accept emails in protest as well, or DocuSign, which are verified. So that's the question on process that hasn't been answered.
Thank you. We'll answer that at the end.
Okay, great. So now for my my remarks on the budget, I'll start by acknowledging that you guys couldn't have planned for this pandemic. No one could have expected you to plan something like this when the economy tanked as it did. But a few weeks ago at a board meeting, I read you some headlines ripped from the news, and I'll read a few more from the last few days. America's awful economy in the first quarter was worse than we thought. Historically terrible quarter between April and June. This is yet another sign of economy in a dire pandemic-linked recession. San Mateo County Health Officer Scott Morrow wrote on Monday, "We are certainly in the midst of the biggest disaster of our lives. The profound economic shock of this pandemic will be larger than the Great Depression." Despite all those headlines, I don't think this board gets it. American spending collapsed by a record 13.6% in April, and your finance committee, when asked to cut costs, cut 1% or $28,000 from a water budget on a $2.3 million budget. It caught the cost of living adjustment by 0.5%. How can you seriously, during this pandemic, burden ratepayers without making significant cuts? Everyone here is looking at their spending. This is not business as usual. Anything you planned pre-pandemic needs to be reevaluated. You need to cut spending, and you need to put off non-essential capital improvements. And I'll reference something in your agenda packet. It claims since early 2018, the Board and Finance Committee have held discussions regarding revenue deficiencies. The district has a documented annual $2 million in water system capital replacement that remains unfunded. So I went back to 2018 and then 2019 trying to find that. And I found that in June 2019, the agenda packet said the projected current year CIP had a budget of $549,000. It's an increase of $68,000 or 14.2%. This increase was to be expected. But less than a year ago, you said capital improvement program budget was $549,000, and now you need $2 million, but you'll settle for $1 million, and you need it right now. My understanding
Okay,
is—
Joel,
Well,
finish your sentence. We are at 2 minutes and counting.
Wells rate study you referenced was from back in 2014. It's 5 years old. And now you're saying 8.5 miles and 1/3 of our tanks need replacement. Never heard that before. And their dire need for repair. I understand capital improvement, just not right now. I hope you can communicate better a plan for replacing the items that need replacement, instead of just claiming that that it's business as usual and this water system reliability charge needs to go through right now. I don't know how many protest letters you—
Thank you, Joel. We're at 2 minutes and 45 seconds now.
Well, we've had 3 minutes most meetings.
I announced it was 2 minutes.
That would be nice to know in advance. Thank you.
I did at the beginning of public comment. So let's move on to Bill Huber.
Okay, am I unmuted?
You are, we hear you.
Okay, first of all, you gave Ms. Young 6 minutes. I expect to be able to read my whole statement. You are considering a proposal that, if adopted, will significantly increase water and sewer costs to the users in this district. This increase won't by itself solve the basic and fundamental problem of this district, Our sewer system is badly in need of mandatory repairs. Lack of proper maintenance and expensive settlement of a lawsuit brought by the Ecological Rights Foundation, a still unsettled lawsuit brought by Half Moon Bay against the other two members, El Granada Community Service District and MWSD, means that based on your own estimates, over $40 million in the next 5 years will need to be spent to bring up the system to an acceptable level of repair. We got into this mess for one very simple reason. The system is ungovernable. There are simply too many parties involved, each with its own viewpoint and parochial interest. There is no mechanism to resolve competing interests. The needs of the system get lost in the process. You have had many, many years to get this right, and you never did. The grand jury in 2016 looked at it. LAFCO has repeatedly looked at it, and I think anybody that is truly looking out for the best interest of all of us on the coast side has or will come to the same conclusion. The interests of all of us are best served by a consolidated district with a standard 5-member board voted on by district. Here are the facts on the ground. There is a lawsuit among members of SAM, of which you are part, that has been going on since October 2017. There have been many closed sessions by all three agencies. So far, the only result is a drastic increase in legal costs to the three districts, siphoning off much needed financial resources and making normal governance that much more difficult.
You're at 2 minutes. You have 1 more minute.
I will take my full time. Thank you very much.
I
Sam,
will ask you to be muted then.
you gave it to Sid, you'll have to give it to me.
I gave it to Sid with technical difficulties.
I don't buy that. Thank you very much. Sam has also.
You don't need to. Keep
Sam
going.
has also recently lost a lawsuit brought by the Environmental Rights Foundation. To settle the lawsuit, you have obligated SAM to replace the sewer section between El Granada and Rocket Farms by June of this year. Something that should have been done long ago, according to an SRT consultant study at the end of 2009. The other major obligation mandates that the Montara force main, which runs from approximately the Moss Beach post office all the way to the Portola pump station in El Granada, a distance of over 3 miles, be replaced by 2024. These and other mandatory expenditures all add up to the $40 million previously mentioned. These problems are compounded by the fact that we have had recent fine of $522,700 by the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Control Board for dumping raw sewage into a creek going directly into a heavily used beach section of the ocean. There were also problems related to the resignation of the previous general manager and the fact that the current general manager was hired without any meaningful professional search and no general manager experience. With all the problems at SAM, a significant change in governance is required if there's any chance of putting our sewer system back on track and making it capable of meeting our needs going forward. Spending money without correcting the process will not be enough. This board, although honorable, has been seriously remiss in not considering a change in governance to a consolidated sewer district instead of seriously looking into it as a possibility. All you have done is maintain the status quo and your position of being in charge. To quote Upton Sinclair, it is very hard for a man to understand when his salary depends on him not understanding, and it is very hard for you as directors to understand that if your control depends on you not understanding the need for consolidation. Finally, I am opposed to what you are calling water reliability service as a charge on our property tax statement from the county. It is totally devoid of transparency, obscures the fact that it is really a water rate increase without calling it for what it is. It doesn't mandate how the money will be used. In short, you are creating a slush fund to be used as you see fit. There's nothing to prevent it from being used for sewer expenditures, unnecessary legal entanglements, or being a funding source in an attempt to purchase something that has not at all been vetted, the Caltrans right-of-way property. Yes, it could even be used for water-related expenditures. This is not the way to raise much-needed capital for mandated sewer expenses.
Are you done?
I muted him. So
Oh,
yes,
thank you. All right, moving right along then to Joe Loomis. And we were at 5 minutes and 45 seconds for Bill.
okay, Joe, you're unmuted. Let me try again.
Can you hear me clearly now?
Now, yes, you're good.
Yeah, it looks like I wasn't able to unmute myself. Hang on, I'm gonna, oh, you know what?
All right, well, Bill is working on that. We have a
Joe, you're here by phone
408
as well.
number.
Did you want to be unmuted on your phone instead? Let me try that.
While Joe
Okay,
is,
I'm back now. Can you hear me clearly?
thank you,
Yeah,
Joe.
that's
Let me
better,
get
sir.
in.
Thank you.
Let me get in that we have two phone numbers. One is a 408 area code ending in 2442. The other is a 650 area code ending in 7709. So those will be the next two speakers after Joe.
Okay, what
If you want to speak.
Okay, what I would suggest is let's put the brakes on this thing until the broader public can fully understand what's happening. I do not know if there is some emergency that says the board has to impose the rate increases tonight. I know Clemens Heldmeyer, the general manager, said that if the board does not vote to enact the rate increase at tonight's meeting, they will have to wait until next year to get the $558.66 minimum reliability charge on our tax bills. Is that so bad to wait another few months? With the pandemic and no treatment or vaccine anticipated until maybe next year, is it too much to ask to wait for some time? It takes time to absorb the full ramifications of this huge increase. As I understand it, the board has the option, if they want, to forego putting the reliability charge on our tax bills and instead collect it on our monthly bills, which they can do within the next 12 months at their leisure or whenever they think it's appropriate, after the public has been fully briefed and given an opportunity to provide input. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Joe. Again, we have a phone number 408 and 2442. Hello, I see you've unmuted.
I have, yes. My name's Chris Hilton. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. So I'm just wanted to talk about opposing this. I'm not going to quote, back laws or transactions or anything like this. I'm just going to say that, you by your own admission did not improve the infrastructure, and you can't get a loan or it's hard. Is this due to your credit rating? Utilities are synonymous with poor financial decisions. And, we pay some of the highest property taxes in the nation. And utilities are basically a monopoly. And you should be ashamed of yourself for your mismanagement of your funds. Do not put the burden on the people here. The fact that you even mentioned PG&E is offensive. And lastly, again, this is not our problem. It is truly your problem. If you want to, put the burden on us, do it over time, but this is not the time nor the place during a pandemic to actually truly do this. You guys are one of the top 5 highest water rates in the nation. Let that one sink in. So what do we get for the highest property tax in the area? What do we get for some of the highest water rates in the area? We get a mismanaged system and an undergoverned, authority that basically doesn't truly provide us the service that we really, can, pay for. So to say that I'm offended is an understatement. And, I foresee a class action lawsuit if you proceed with this in the future. That's just what I foresee and predict. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. We have somebody, a 650 number ending in 7709.
Yes, I'm present. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, I can't. Okay. Yes.
This is Judy Graham, and I am present today to educate myself, to listen and learn. I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question, but I'm really just here to understand better. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Moving down, I have Anne. Anne, you need to unmute. Okay, we will come back to Anne.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Anne. Yes.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I am just here to listen in as well. I was just using this as informational, and I've already sent my letter. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, I see Baboon.
Catherine.
No, Baboon.
Catherine, I don't see hands
Yes.
raised on these.
I don't either. Okay. I don't
see a
see
hand
any
raised for
hand.
Godfrey.
I
Catherine,
don't
I see a hand raised for
see
Godfrey.
for Godfrey. Okay. Godfrey, unmute.
I'm sorry. Let me get him unmuted. 1 second.
All right, I think I'm unmuted.
We see you.
Yes, you're good to go.
You can hear me. So I'm new to this. The last water meeting I went to was 1987 or something. It was all very political. So I don't have a lot to say, but I think I need to be involved a little in this. So I decided, my wife and I, Jeannie, decided to watch. I sort of agree a little with Bill. It's too complicated. There needs to be a simpler method for charges. And then also, some of this is just my ignorance, but meter charge versus property tax. I'm not so sure I like the idea of putting this on my property tax. It should be related to water meters, and somehow water meters should probably be related to sewer, because the water that you use is probably what makes most of the sewer. And so I'm just making comments. No matter what size pipe you have coming into your house, it should be based more on water usage. Now, I know a big pipe allows the potential for big sewage, but some of this it just needs to be simpler and more direct. Also, I have an issue because if I want to add a room to my house and put another toilet in, and even if there's nobody in my house except me, and I just want the convenience of not having to go upstairs or somewhere else to use my toilet, they won't let me because of something about the water and the ponds or however they do it. And it shouldn't matter how many toilets are in my house, because it should matter how much water I'm using to flush those toilets. So I can't even put another toilet without going through a bunch of stuff, because they say I don't have this, or don't have that, or not big enough this, or just too many ponds, or whatever they count it as. So those are just my comments. That's all I have to say. I'm not too educated on this yet. So
Thank you, Godfrey.
Okay.
I have proposed that we have workshops in the future, because I think we have taken for granted that a lot of people are more familiar with this, and I would like to make them more familiar. We also had a series of tours set up, and they got canceled by the pandemic. So as soon as we can, we will start those again. And I would encourage everyone to join and come to see and experience our water and sewer system, because it's ours. I don't see any more. I just got chastised by Scott for just going down the list, so I think I'll just stop doing that. But if you go to the more section on your Zoom, there is the opportunity to, it says raise hand. So
Kathy, we have
that's what I would recommend with our changed procedure. And I know Greg Diegas had signed in earlier. And so we'll go from Greg Diegas to Ginny McShane to JQ to David Gilbert.
Pardon
So
me, just one
Ginny.
second. Let me get Ginny unmuted. 1 second.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm on the finance committee at the fire district, and I've been on the fire board for 20 years. And I think everybody's heard from me, so I'll be brief. We have machines that we buy, fire engines that we buy, firehouses that we build, uniforms that we buy, and we finance all that through our reserves and through Mr. Burke and I work on the finance committee to make certain that there isn't a pressure placed on our taxpayers. And we've been very successful at that. I'm very proud of that. We saved up $8 or $9 million to rebuild Station 41 in El Granada. I'm very proud of that. We didn't have to go to the taxpayer. Several years ago, probably the best thing we did was consolidate. And when we did our consolidation coastside from the slide all the way down to Martins Beach, we were able to do that quite easily. And there's another thing I wanted to say about that. It was sensible because it was economical. It made sense to our chiefs and our whole organizational chart. We're kind of a paramilitary organization, and it's running so well. And anybody who wants to come to our meetings can, or they can call me at home or email me. And I would say my last comment is, considering the COVID-19 and the fact that maybe 26% of Americans are out of jobs right now, this is probably the worst time for people to face an increase of this size on their bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Diegas.
Okay, Greg.
I'd like to share my screen so everybody can understand. I'm going to come at this from a different direction. Can I do that?
Let me see if you can.
Can anybody see that? Okay, so I did a bunch of work going back several months to analyze the finances of this water district. And I think we have to look at how we got into the trouble we're in. One reason is we didn't raise our rates enough earlier. The other reason is we didn't think far enough ahead. So I classified all the assets, and I could go into long detail about where I got these numbers, but the district has about $260 million in assets between water and sewer, which includes both its own sewer collection system and SAM. And my concern tonight is not the overall rate increase, it's the connection fees. So if you look at what we have in sewer, we have $161 million in assets. And as an approximation, I'm going to say we have 1,790 connections. Now, when somebody joins the district, they're joining a club where we've all paid the freight to get here. If we don't charge them the fully absorbed cost of the assets they're joining, then we're asking other ratepayers to subsidize them. And I suspect that is part of why we are where we are. More importantly, we have major large developments coming online with dozens of units. And if we don't have connection fees where the newcomers pay the fair share, the rest of us are going to end up subsidizing them, and we're going to be in the problem we're in already. So just running through the math here, given the assets we have to support, every sewer user is supporting about $90,000 worth of assets. Yet our connection fee is projected to be only $26,819, less than a third. On the water side, we have $94 million in assets with a 1,790 equivalent billing units, which implies everybody is supporting $52,570 worth of assets. Yet we're only charging connection fees of $18,407. So I would like to see the study that underpins why the connection fees are that low. If you look at it on a combined basis, excluding administrative assets, we have 255 million of assets, which means every one of our connections has $142,640 in assets supporting it. And if those assets average a 40-year life, that means $3,566 a year to replenish those assets going forward. So I think we have a bigger problem than we may have quantified in previous financial regimes. And I want to point out that if a development like Big Wave donates a pipe at like $3 million, they're not donating a pipe, they're donating a burden. That means we're going to have to replace that pipe. And in 40 years at 3% inflation, it's going to cost 12 million. So we have to have an asset replenishment fee for special situations when people join, where their asset replenishment fee is going to be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Okay, so my request is to see the details behind the connection fee study. I might be off on my asset valuation, but the numbers are so far out of line, I have to believe the newcomers are not being charged their fair share of joining. Thanks.
Thank you. JQ.
Okay, JQ.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Now we can.
Okay. Actually, Greg answered a few of my questions. Thanks, Greg. So I just have a few. One is regarding the hardship discounts. The amounts that you propose certainly don't seem like very much, $100 off of each. And especially considering, as previous people had mentioned, that a lot of people are out of work, I was wondering, is there any way to reduce the amount further that people under hardship have to pay, or figure out a way to amortize their payments over time, or something to give them some relief now, or at least postpone it for several months until a lot of people can get their jobs back, hopefully. Another question that I have is regarding new loans and grants. And I was wondering, are there any new interest-free loans or grants that are available now via recent COVID financial relief? I don't know if any of you've looked into that, but I'd like to know if there is anything available there. And also, there wasn't really any information in your packets about how you actually calculated the rates. You provided some calculations about how much money you need total, but the figure of the 558.66 for water, I assume that's straightforward just based on number of connections. But the 2297 for HCF on the sewer, I'd like to know how you got that calculation. And finally, I think it behooves MWSD to actually provide the pros and cons of merger or consolidation. I know Bill Huber brought this up, and I think it's a very important issue. He obviously is in favor of some form of consolidation. I'm not so sure myself. I mean, I haven't heard any strong arguments for or against, actually. So I think it behooves MWSD to actually take a position on this and publish it on their website of what makes the most sense for them. So we at least have something to go from. Anyway, that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, JQ. We've got Lenny Liakos followed by Ken Green.
All right.
Lenny?
Let's try it again.
How about then? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good, Lenny.
All right, thank you. I won't take very much time. Like I did last time, I guess it was 2 years ago, I stood out in front of the post office 2 weekends ago with Joel and handed out protest forms. And what was different this time was that two different reactions. One was utter fear. People were afraid of getting sick and me giving them form, basically, and afraid of the money, the taxes, how they were going to pay their taxes. Most people were able to pay their April taxes because they had that paid, but a lot of people don't know how they're going to pay their December taxes with the finances coming up. And this is a huge, huge increase. Another fear was, as this keeps going up and up and up, regardless of whether you feel it's justified or not, there has to be some sort of end here somewhere. From what I was trying to get from Clemens' PowerPoint there, that 40 million needed at least. That's 20,000 per rate per tax. How are we going to 20,000 per person? How are we ever going to come up with that? There has to be another way to get some of this money. The second thing that came up when I was talking to members of the community in front of the post office, unlike 2 years ago, is more and more people spoke out for consolidation. Consolidation as a way, maybe a way out of some of this mess. I know there's pros and cons about it, but it has worked for the fire district. It has worked for the sheriff. It hasn't worked for the school district because we haven't had local representation. But with local representation on a consolidated sewage board, I feel like we could maybe solve some of these problems. At least we wouldn't all be suing each other. The last thing I wanted to say is I had a question for Clemens. When on his PowerPoint, he talked about why taking loans wasn't a good idea because you have to pay them back and you have to qualify them, but he skipped over the part about grants. Who is applying for grants? Who is the grant writer for the district? Who is actively seeking out grants for the state? And finally, I would ask, this is a horrible, horrible time to do this. Kick this can down the road. If not, you're going to be kicking all of us in the stomach when this is a really, really bad time to do this. We're all suffering in one way. Most of us are suffering in one way or another. Please, please think about putting this off. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken Green, followed by David Gilbert, followed by TJ Glothier.
Hello, my name is Ken Greenberg. I'm a Montara resident. I sent these comments in by email, so I'll try and give an abbreviated version of the comments at this time. I filed a protest today against the water system reliability charge, primarily because an annual increase of 40% on our water charges is just too big of an increase for any year, but especially this year during the COVID pandemic when people are suffering financial hardship. I do not object to the sewer fee increases because those are being phased in gradually, nor do I object to placing the charge on our tax bill. So I have a number of suggestions. One, if the board is to reconsider these rates, I would urge the board in its future public notices to be more transparent about the reliability charge. Specifically, there's no mention in the public notice about the fact that this reliability charge will fund only half of our capital improvement needs, and that the board fully intends to seek additional rate increases in the future to fully fund those capital improvement needs. Secondly, I would urge the board to consider either postponing or phasing in the water reliability charge with smaller percentage annual increases spread over multiple years, as you're doing on the sewer fees. I don't think there are any other districts in the comparisons you made throughout the Bay Area that have ever had an increase of 40% in a single year, and I don't think we should be doing that either. My third comment is that we should look at alternatives to the pay-as-you-go approach. The general manager talked about the possibility of bonds and low interest loans and grants. He seemed to dismiss these, but I don't think I saw in any of the board presentations over the last year where the board actually priced out what it would cost, what kind of rate increases we would need to collect to support bonds and low interest loans. I would imagine that the rate increases could be reduced significantly and spread out over a greater period of time if we were to supplement the revenue with bonds. It's a very common way for water and sewer utilities to fund capital improvements. And finally, one other comment is on the estimated $4 million in capital improvement needs. I understand that that's a desktop analysis based on industry average expected life of assets. I would urge the board to refine that estimate of our actual cost capital needs by doing actual on-the-ground condition assessments and adjusting the capital needs based on those on-the-ground condition assessments. Finally, I would suggest looking at the possibility of supplementing our groundwater supplies with water by purchasing Hetch Hetchy water from the Coastside County Water District. If this could help us to avoid some capital expenditures associated with expanding our groundwater supplies or renovating wells, for example, if that could be offset by getting an alternative water supply, I would urge the board to consider that as a way to reduce our capital expenditures. So thanks for considering my comments.
Thank you. Moving on to David Gilbert, followed by TJ Glauthier, followed by Mark.
Hi, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello,
Okay.
we hear you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I deal with a lot of large infrastructure projects around the world as part of my job, and I'm dealing with this COVID-19 crisis as well. I'm just curious, I haven't been involved enough to really know, but given the difficulties with the financial situation and the large amount of CapEx, I second the comment of the previous gentleman about risk assessments and not just following end of useful life type scenarios. And are there ways to extend the life of some of this equipment with perhaps better maintenance? But secondly, are the tendering procedures in the district what they should be? Is everything being competitively tendered, smartly tendered? I don't know if you're doing open shop or closed shop tendering, if there's a way to lower the cost by tendering open shop. I don't know what your policies are there, but I just hope that given to lower the cost. I find when I deal with municipalities around the world that they invariably pay more than we pay in the private sector, because we just tend to do better at tendering and considering our options and not getting tied into things like not tendering open shop. So just wanted to make that comment and hope that's being considered during this time of difficulty. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to TJ and then Mark. And if
Thank you.
anybody has, just a minute, if anybody has any comments, please push the hands up button so that we can recognize you. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. I want to start by supporting Bill Huber's comments. I do think that in the long run, having a consolidated water and sewer district for the whole coast side is really the best way for us to evaluate and deal with the challenges, the needs that we will have. And I think they are real. We need to deal with them, and that it's just an unfortunate problem that we have where we're segregated in these groups and we end up with lawsuits against each other and the like, instead of deal with real problems. So that, but put that aside, I'd like to deal with that at the long term. Secondly, I'd like to encourage the comment you made earlier, Catherine, of having more workshops. I do think there hasn't been enough opportunity for all of us to understand the real infrastructure needs over the long term here, and then the alternatives of how to deal with them. And that would be a very helpful thing. I do recognize the need for more support on infrastructure. I'd like to see the different sides of water and sewer dealt with carefully. And the water side, I'm not sure I understand the need for the water infrastructure support as much as I do for the sewer side. And so I'm just not sure that the materials have been presented as carefully as they could be. I would personally like to see the water charge on the water bill. I think that that's where we ought to see all the charges related to our water system, water supply, and then the sewer charges are on a separate place. I also would like to see that the uses of these funds, if they are approved, are dedicated to these kind of infrastructure changes and not used for other purposes. I'm not sure that we ought to be buying the right away from Caltrans, for example, and I don't think that money on these raises should be used for that. Not sure that you have that in mind, but I just think it would be helpful to all of us if you would make it clear how you dedicate the uses of those. And finally, one last comment just on the way the meeting's being held. I think it's helpful to have it on Zoom, but I would encourage you maybe to have the speakers actually shown on the screen. So when you do have a speaker, put their video on as well, and we can see who is speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. TJ, that is the option of the speaker. If they push the video icon, they will show up. Thank you. Moving on to
You need to tell me.
get to my notes.
Chris Hilton.
Mark, and then Sean Boddington.
Just the right.
Hi, my name is Mark Verlander. I'm in the back of Montara. Thank you, Clemens and Catherine and the water board for having I just wanted to say that I don't understand a lot about this process, and I appreciate the opportunity to
There, I
learn.
could have done that apparently if I'd just known that. I didn't realize that.
Are you guys hearing me?
Keep going. Keep going, Mark. Yes.
No problem. I think that a lot of us are having problems financially right now. We are self-employed and we haven't worked since March because of what's going on. These types of increases are really hard on our household. I understand that the infrastructure needs to be increased, but I think that you need to look at other opportunities or at least defer the vote until a later time. And I'm really intrigued by the consolidation discussion. And also, I just learning about things like ongoing litigation and things like that that are big costs to Montara Water. It's alarming. And I think that there needs to be more open discussion about those types of things so that the residents of Montara can learn about that. It seems like some things we just don't know the details, and to ask us to pay for a lot of things that we have no idea about what's going on, and we don't really have the ability to do it right now. I think we need to defer that and discuss it further. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Last speaker that has a hand up is Sean Boddington.
There's another one.
I see Brian Owens.
Yep.
So Sean.
Good evening. Hope you can hear me.
Yes.
I'd like to say thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk. I joined a little late, so I missed some of the early commentary, but the gentlemen that have gone before me, I would sort of echo their sentiment that we need full transparency on what our costs are, right? So when we're paying for our water, I do want to see exactly what I'm paying for. I think hiding money in bond measures or different places, it obfuscates exactly what's going on. I think the other comments with regards to some of the fixed and variable costs, and obviously litigation is one of those costs, needs to be borne in mind. I think there was a comment about buying water from Hetchy. Unfortunately, this is a utility business, and utility businesses benefit from scale. I don't see Montara growing fast enough to keep up with the capital improvements potentially needed. Obviously, I haven't looked at the books. I'm more than happy to look at the books. But I would say long-term viability of this enterprise is something that we probably all should look at and be honest. I think whether or not we should join up with the rest of the water utility boards to benefit from economies of scale, I think that might be a prudent investment. But it does worry me when I start talking about litigation because it is expensive. I do not, for one, want to be paying litigation costs for trying to run this business. So I think, rationally, I think we all need to look at this and say, is this something that long-term has viability? And really examine the fixed and variable costs that run this business. If there are significant capital improvements to be made, and I'm sure there are, I would one question, how has the business been run historically? And why are we in a situation now where the infrastructure is falling apart? And that tells me that the funds have not been appropriated and used in accordance with keeping the service where it needs to be. So I think transparency, if this is going to be passed, it needs to be put in our water. I need to see exactly what I'm paying for. I'm not a big fan of putting on the bond measure. I do think it needs to be added about around how we look at long-term viability, and we should have those workshops and look at this and examine it. And then lastly, and I'll be honest, I have a large home in Sonoma, and it has a large property. It's like almost a small farm. What I pay in water in Sonoma is less than a half of what I pay in Montara, and I hardly use my water sprinklers here in Montara. So there's something not quite right, and I think it's down to the fact that we have a small base trying to sustain a capital-intensive utility, and the economics just don't play out. So I appreciate the comments today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brian Owens, followed by Coast Cat and Debbie Nierenberg, although I see Lou there. So hi, Lou. We'll hear you in a moment. So Brian Owens, you need to unmute.
One moment. Hi, thanks for taking the time. So actually, I just have more of a kind of a group of questions. So we're voting no in opposition to this, but I think one big thing for us, we don't see an annual budget from the district, which is what all cities do. And since you operate in the same capacity as a county water district, we'd like to see a annual proposed budget for the fiscal year, as well as an annual financial report. Last one that's been posted publicly is of 2017, so it seems a bit dated. In terms of this plan, I'd like clarification if it's resolution or ordinance, and subsequently if it's talk to Sanitary. And I think some other people brought it up. Because the information seems to be dated, at least what I can find and access, I'd like to know what the annual OPEX is and what the annual CAPEX is. And then I'm also interested to understand what the percentage of our annual taxes are that are allocated from the state and county to MWSD, the same way that all county water districts have taxes applied back to their budget. And then I'm also curious to the beginning of the presentation, if when the initial purchase was made by MWSD, how an initial bond was actually even able to be secured if we can't qualify today. That doesn't really add up. And I'm also curious if you're working with the county to secure, payments in terms of annual state taxes and things like that. So where is the money that normally goes from any home in any county that goes into their city fund? Why is it not operating the same, seemingly operating the same way? Why is there this big deficit that we're up against? I'm also interested to understand the lifespan of the water delivery pipes, what their average lifespan is, and why we're building so many new stations if we're not turning on a tremendous amount of new properties. Subsequently, why are we drilling for, or are you drilling for more wells? And why aren't you securing permits as per the state regulation to explore those boreholes? And then lastly, I'm wondering how much responsibility Half Moon Bay as well as El Granada and Coastside County Water District is taking on, since we're kind of under this evolution of coastside development issues going back decades of the water department having a pipeline connected to Half Moon Bay, and they're not necessarily connected to us, but we have to pay them for money, that's required to service the thing. And it just back to the consolidation issue. So I'd also like to suggest that we also look into consolidation. It works everywhere else, and it's not been working here. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Coast Cat, followed by Lou or Debbie Nierenberg.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for taking the question. This is Todd Reese in Moss Beach, and just like to second a lot of the comments from Bill, from TJ. Just would like a realistic assessment of consolidation. It seems like it is the elephant in the room that never gets discussed. That, as many folks have said, this is a small district, a lot of infrastructure. There's absolutely no way that our small number of users are going to be able to support this infrastructure. So again, concrete consideration of consolidation. And we've put in our protest for the increase. The idea of putting it on property taxes is completely non-transparent. Keep it simple, put it with the water bills, base it on how much water is used. That's the only thing that makes sense. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Debbie or Lou Nierenberg.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Yep. Several comments. I agree that it's an awkward time for such a drastic financial hit. And I appreciated your comments about more public information and forums and so forth. And I would welcome sort of a vigorous discussion about the pros and cons of consolidation, and if are advantages to economies of scale, especially since there may be unforeseen future burdens with the sewer system. And there may, the fears surrounding consolidation may be unnecessary. And I think that we should really have a lot of public education concerning the possible advantages of consolidation. Thanks.
Thank you. I do not see any more hands raised. You can go to the more with the 3 dots over it, at least that's what shows on my screen, and push hand raise if you want to. Okay, I don't see any more hand raises. I'm going to have to, I will then ask for a motion to close the public hearing.
Catherine, we still have some comments that need to be read into the record at the public hearing. So if we can ask Tracy to be unmuted, she has the comments that were submitted in writing before this meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Tracy.
Okay. So an email was submitted by Richard Mixter, and it says, MWSD must publicly justify the proposed water system reliability charge and explain why at this time, if stress for many, thus charged is warranted. Until there is clear public approval for the proposed charge, the plan should be tabled. Okay. And we received an email from Joel Farbstein, who submitted his comments in writing. We also received an email from Ken Greenberg, who also submitted his comments in writing. And the last one is from Patricia Morrissey, and it reads, Dear Clemens, thank you for reaching out to discuss at great length the water and sewer spreadsheets and going over line item by line item and explaining the water district's past and also present goals. I'm in and support you and the board proposal. Respectfully, Patricia Morrissey. And that's it.
Okay, so we need a motion to close the public hearing.
We have one more hand up from Harold.
Oh, Harold, okay. Harold.
Sorry.
I'm only going to, and I see some people have raised their hands. This is a public testimony, and I'm only going to call on people once. Ginny and Sid, you have both already spoken. Thank you. Harold.
Okay, no, thank you for the opportunity to speak. First, I want to really appreciate
And thank you for all the work you have been doing to Clemens and the board. So I think for folks on the call, so the board are really just getting very little money for the work they do. And the same is true for the MCC. So these are volunteers out of our community. I think in general, they have the same interests we have because they're part of the community. They live here. So I think I just want to say that. So big thank you. A couple of things. So I also signed the letter. And the reason why I signed it is, and that was brought up by many people here on the call, is the timing. So the question is, can that be moved for a couple of months? And potentially it can. So what's the pain if we move it by 6 months or 12 months, so people can get back on their feet? The second one, I want to echo what Greg said. There's a resident here looking at what's in the plans from a development perspective. I'm concerned, so I've been in the community for 17, 18 years, so I paid pretty significantly with my property tax in the system. And I'm concerned that newcomers don't pay their fair share. So the transparency to get to a point where we understand what's the connection fee for mid-pen, what's the connection fee for like big wave, and to make that a fair process. So they pay a fair share. So I share what Greg said. And then the last one, the consolidation. So I thought about it, and yes, I see economies of scale. I have a consultant background, so I clearly see that economies of scale, simpler structure, decision making, etc. On the other side, what do we give up? And is there value to have our own water supply in the system? And I guess, Pacifica, Half Moon Bay, they would love to have the water out of Montara Mountain. And if we become part of a larger system, then is there a risk that we start begging for water out of Hetch Hetchy? So I think that's really, that needs to be thought through what the benefits are, but I see clearly there is a downside to that as well. So again, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Harald. I want to close the public testimony now. I need a motion to do that, to close the public hearing. And then we can get on to answering this host of questions. So that because it's 9:30 and we've got a lot of questions, very good questions to answer. So do I have a motion from someone on the board to close the public hearing?
Public hearing.
Thank you, Peter. Do we have a second? I will make the second to close the public hearing. Roll call vote, please.
Let me get Tracy back 1 second. Okay, Tracy.
Director Boyd?
Aye.
Director Decker?
Aye.
Director Harvey? Director Harvey?
Hang on for Jim.
Okay, now I'm unmuted. Thank you. Aye.
Director Lohman?
Same thing. 1 second. Let me get him unmuted. Okay.
Aye.
Director Slater Carter?
Aye. Tracy, could you complete the tabulation and announce the final number of valid written protests and whether a majority exists?
Okay. There are, as of now today, there are 392 total written protests received, including valid and invalid protests, and there is no majority protest.
Thank you. So let's bring this discussion back to the board, but first I would like Clemens and Christine and our economist and our water engineer and sewer engineer to answer these questions for the public.
Catherine? I'm going to unmute everyone that you just mentioned. So Tanya, Pippin, Have I left anyone out? Got Christine.
Tanya,
I'm going to suggest Allison because of the note taking. And folks, I'm going to try to lead this, but I was not able to take notes for the entire comment session. So I'm asking other staff to fill in the gaps that I'm going to leave.
Clemens, real quick, Catherine. But I don't want to answer questions, but lots of people made questions about, including Mark, I still see, before they bail, I'd like to offer my phone number. If people would like to discuss consolidation issue, I've been in this for 20 years. My phone number is 650-759-7969. I'd be happy anytime to get in a conversation with anybody. 650-759-7969. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Rick. I'm going to take the opportunity to just jump in right at this point. Consolidation was brought up a number of times. And I have to actually thank Harald for pointing out that there is two sides to this issue. And I'm hoping that when we answer this question, and hopefully folks actually get a little bit more interest in our agency, our district, see that indeed there is, pluses and minuses to this. I'm going to leave it at that because from my perspective, this is a very much politicized topic. And so I'm going to leave this discussion up to the politicians and recommend that anyone with interest talk to Rick, for example. Okay, so I just had mentioned Harald. He also asked the question, can this implementation not be deferred a couple of months? The answer is no. This is tied to the San Mateo County tax assessors, tax collectors process. So these charges need to be submitted in July. They are prepared. We have to prepare them now. They are in need to be submitted at the end of July. That's the deadline from San Mateo County. The charges cannot be deferred for some months. The implementation, if anyone who is looking at our financials and has listened to our staff presentation will understand that postponing the charge by 1 year is simply not going to work. So a simple deferring is not an option at this point. At least there is the question about deferring. Now, this is a limit that is set, a Prop 218 limit. The board can adopt a lower charge, set the limit at where it is, can adopt a lower charge. However, staff recommendation is not to do this. The charges, as we explained, the implementation of this rate increase, the implementation of this step has been already deferred. We were ready to do this last year. We were asked to wait until folks had a better chance to come out of the economic crisis. That started really in 2009. So that is when we really started looking at the process, when we understood that folks were in a better financial situation. So from our perspective, it is also, you understand we have a $2 million need, and this charge is only giving us $1 million. So we have in some years the need to reassess and look at this one more time. All right, so I had from Brian questions about availability of our financial statements. We publish financial statement once a month. It is on our website. This is process of every board meeting. Financial statements are included in the board packet for tonight's meeting. They are going to be approved tonight. We approve an annual budget. That budget is on our website. It is under finances. You click the tab finances, you see the budgets. Of course, we're producing annual budgets and are accountable. We are publishing also the budget detail, unlike many agencies that are going more with summarized styles. You have full access to our finances, and we are absolutely open and transparent. In fact, the budget is scheduled to be reviewed and approved tonight. So, Brian, if you want to hang on, and you're going to learn quite a bit about our district tonight. I've heard question about Hetch Hetchy. Why are we not trying to connect to Hetch Hetchy? One of my first acts as general manager was to ask this question to the agency that is in charge of distributing the San Francisco Hetch Hetchy water, BAUSCA. The answer that I got was absolutely not. You cannot join the Hetch Hetchy system. The Hetch Hetchy system is oversubscribed. There is many more problems associated with the Hetch Hetchy system that are not well known. The Hetch Hetchy system is extremely vulnerable to climate change. The snowpack is in the lying elevations that are now really seeing a reduction in snowpack. There is not enough reservoirs available to capture runoff if the runoff is happening, not delayed throughout the summertime. So the water availability of the Hetch Hetchy system is declining, and it's declining very rapidly. All agencies that during the 70s and 80s signed up, so these are really the late signers to the Hetch Hetchy system, gave up their local sources. They are now asked to find local sources again. This is true for all Hetch Hetchy water system users, pretty much for all agencies in California. There is a water crisis brewing, and agencies are asked to develop their own sources in a country with our climate and our changing climate. That is not a very easy undertaking. So we have been on the forefront of many issues forced through the moratorium, through our situation. When we started looking for water sources, I hope that here's still some folks that remember that 15 years ago, tanks were running dry. Water was not available on sunny weekends. Pipes ran dry. The water quality was very questionable. So these were all things that we resolved. The Hetch Hetchy system is, again, it is a great system. It was designed over 100 years ago, an engineering marvel that unfortunately can't do the job that it is asked to do today. So you will see other agencies, other water agencies having to go through the heavy lifting that this agency had to do. So our biggest problem and issue 15 years ago, the water availability, has actually turned into our biggest asset. We now have a water system that has the capacity to supply this agency with sufficient water. We developed sources, and again, when we started looking for sources, geologists that were looking into this matter before essentially said there is no water. If there would be water, the Spaniards would have found it 300 years ago and you would have a city. Forget it. So, okay, so Hetch Hetchy system has problems. The other issue with the Hetch Hetchy system, of course, is that our neighbors, north and south, are the last ones to subscribe to the system. Last one on, first one off. So water use restrictions are going to be more severe for the later agencies. On top of that, there is seismic vulnerability to the system, particularly for the agencies north and south, because they're the only ones on the west side of all the fault lines. So relying on this single source, in my opinion, is extremely dangerous. And also, there is a point where I think I have to mention that, you know, we are setting our water rates ourselves. Hetchy system users don't have that luxury. And I understand that we're talking about a water rate increase. However, again, I am very certain that Hetchy water rates cannot remain at the same level. Sean said hiding money. I think I addressed this already with comments to Brian. There is absolutely no hiding of money. You will see that we are absolutely transparent if you're taking a look at our finances. If you're following along our board meetings, there's absolutely nothing to hide. Mark said, I think that was a very interesting and good point, the litigation. I can understand very much that there is a desire to understand more about what is happening here, and particularly the details to this. However, well, what I can say to this is we're subject to lawsuits. We have not initiated lawsuit, the lawsuits, the existing lawsuits. So it's not like we have been looking for this trouble. And of course, there is very good reasons why we can't discuss the details until these lawsuits are resolved. This would put us in a great disadvantage against the other agencies, of course. The cost of the lawsuits wasn't an original question, but are problematic and are an issue. We do not like to pay them. We do not like to be sued. And we hope nobody wants to sue us in the future. And I hope you go to the party that sued us to ask that very question. And besides that, of course, lawsuit costs are a temporary spike. So you've seen in our last year's budget some funds for those, and so this it's a temporary spike that is not affecting our operations in the long term and has nothing to do with the infrastructure charge, of course. However, it has to do with the 9% rate increase. It is not the basis, but these costs are finding its way in the calculations. Again, they're a temporary spike. They will reduce, but they cost us money, absolutely. I heard, why not grants and loans? I think we went into the loan situation, I think in detail. Now, grants, yes, of course, we're looking for grants. And of course, we're looking to supplement the infrastructure with grants and loans going forward. It's one of the reasons why we can adopt a fee that is collecting only $1 million when we know that we have a $2 million need. We're continuously looking for grants. That field has been very dry in recent years, or unfortunately, the state had real trouble issuing the money that is available through low interest loans. So there is a process that goes along with that. And we are continuously assessing, continuously looking for those. There's actually some that are freed up now. So this is a very good time to look, and we are on top of it. unfortunately, as soon as the crisis hits, you are going to see, similar to 2009, any other crisis, the first ones in line are going to be shovel-ready projects. Now, I think that's a term that needs to be understood correctly. I think the best example is the coast side has considered a recycled water project for many years, and we've been trying to get to the implementation of a recycled water plant. That would be wonderful, a wonderful opportunity to finance this recycled water plant right now. Unfortunately, we are working with partners, and the process was shut down a couple of years ago. We were hoping, and the process was shut down with the initiation of the lawsuit by the parties that were negotiating as well. So those are really good opportunities, questions, and when they are available, we will take advantage of those, absolutely. All right, so I think Lainey had a very good point about the consolidation. She stated that it would be a good idea if there would be local representation. I think you're seeing what a little bit the issue is. In this context, the current lawsuit is actually, what I can say about it is, it is about cost associated with the pipeline that is transporting the sewage from Montara and Granada to Half Moon Bay. So without local representation, it would not be acknowledged that the pipeline is part of the Sewer Authority Mid-Coast Side system, and it was built and constructed as such years ago. And we have a signed contract that exactly states that the Sewer Authority Mid-Coast Side is consisting of plant and pipeline. And you have very clear indication that if consolidation would happen, Montara folks would pay a very different price for this pipe. I heard a comment about water is cheaper somewhere else. And yes, absolutely, it is cheaper, and circumstances are very different in various regions. I just talked about our difficulty finding water, doing the heavy lifting that other agencies already that other agencies will have to do. There are even regional differences between Montara, Granada, and Half Moon Bay. If you're looking at Half Moon Bay, it's a very it's a bowl situation. It's very flat, and you have going up 92 some hills. In Granada is a similar setup. We have the low-lying lands along the shoreline, and you have in the background the hills. The sewage will flow with gravity, very simple. In Montara, that's not the case. Montara is, I'm going to say, geographically challenged. The costs are tremendous on the sewer side. We have 13 major pump stations, 20 some minor pump stations. That compares to the city has one pump station. A pump station is going to cost around $1 million. So significant differences. The same on the water side. Our system compares in complexity with San Francisco's water system. We serve Montara and Moss Beach, not San Francisco. We have to deal with the same complexities. These infrastructure needs will not go away with consolidation or so. Okay, what other questions did I hear?
Joel Farbstein asked about DocuSign or other submission, and maybe Christine can answer that, because we talked to our attorney at length about this.
Of course. Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, Mr. Farbstein asked 4 questions. I'll just briefly read them. If the district wants to accept electronic submissions, does that comply with Prop 218? Can Prop 218 permit electronic protest letters? 3, does Prop 218 expressly prohibit electronic protest letters, provided they include the requested information? And 4, would a protest letter submitted via DocuSign be acceptable based on Prop 218? In my opinion, Prop 218 does not contemplate the submittal of electronic protests. And this conclusion, which is shared by many, probably a majority of the public agency attorneys and the practice of a majority of public agencies, it's supported by the Prop 218 procedural requirements, which specify that protests are to be mailed or delivered to the place of the public hearing, where they will be received, counted, and announced. At the time Prop 218 was adopted in the late 1990s, and still today, public hearings take place at typically at the public agency offices. The term mailed is defined in the statute as being placed in deposited in the U.S. Post Office. In my opinion, the district's protest procedure as set forth in its public hearing notice complies with the Prop 218 law.
Thank you, Christine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I found one more that I can address. Greg had a comment, and I think Harald echoed that. Connection fees, and there was a request to participate in our connection fee assessment, and I think that's a great, I hope that many more will participate when we look at our connection fees again. Your calculation was based on some assumptions. You list, it's ultimately based on assets of 255 million. Unfortunately, I think that's way off. Our assets are 58 million. So we can talk about this, I think, when we go and look at the connection fees once more in the future. With that, I think there was actually one more question that I would like to, that maybe Alex can address. That's the fixed versus variable question from Sid. Alex, maybe you can address that.
Oh, here we go. Thank you, Scott, for unmuting me here. Yeah, no, Sid had a number of good questions, and one of them had to do with the roughly 1.9 million that's generated from your ongoing water rates. Does that include all the water charges? And the answer is yes. That includes the fixed and the usage-based volumetric charges. And I'll just point out that your fixed charges generate about 1/3 of the revenue, and the volumetric charges generate about 2/3, even though most of your costs are fixed costs for staffing, infrastructure, et cetera. So the way your rate structure is set up, it actually is to the benefit of the lower users. And she also had I had one more question from Sid too, about the cost not being evenly distributed every year. It's not exactly 2 million per year. And that is correct. The needs over time average about 2 million per year, but some years it's going to be higher, some years less, depending on what specific projects are really being slated in for that year. So that was a good observation. And I just have to address one more if you give me the opportunity. I mean, I hear from many agencies I work for, especially if they don't have super low rates, that they've got the highest rates in the country, in the state. And, I've worked for, over 150 agencies, mostly throughout California, from all areas. And you're not even close to having the highest rates out there. You don't have to look far. Hillsborough's sewer rate right now is over $250 per month. It's a fixed charge that every home has to pay regardless of use. Burlingame is higher than you. You've got a lot of Millbrae, Crystal Springs. So there's many agencies that have a lot higher rates, but I'll be honest, your rates aren't among the lowest. And part of that is because you are a small coastal agency and you have low usage, which is, I think, a good thing. So agencies with high use can charge a lower charge per unit to recover the same amount of cost. But here on the coast, there's generally less water use, and your customers have done a very good job conserving. So the rates may be higher, but the usage is lower, which is why the bills are lower than other agencies. And your rates, I think, are lower. Your water rates right now are lower than Coastside, your neighboring agencies too. So your rates aren't the highest, but they're certainly not the lowest. And there's one other thing I just want to comment on. I've heard a few comments about this agency not being transparent, and me being an outside consultant. Again, I've worked for many agencies, and I got to tell you, you guys are among the most transparent. I've been to many meetings where, people come and, can take the floor and interact with the board. A lot of agencies don't do that. And I know your manager is on a lot of phone calls with folks. So I'm impressed with the level of effort and the level of dedication that your board and staff gives to interacting with your community, because not every agency is like that. I will leave it there. Thanks.
Clemens, one of the other questions that came up was about the PG&E Cares program that we're going to be discussing in a little while, but maybe you could spend a minute or two on that. And I think we should talk about both our water and sewer rates and what the components are. As Alex just mentioned, we have our meter charge and our water use charge. And there are questions about how our sewer rates, the components of our sewer rates. And although that's going to be coming up later under our budget for folks, as it's almost 10, who may want to sign off, I think we should at least address that briefly. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I know JQ was the one that asked the question. Unfortunately, I just walked out the room there. I want to make sure that you understand that this is up for approval tonight, and it's a separate agenda item that will be heard very shortly after this item. So I encourage you to stay on. There will be another opportunity to comment. And if I didn't address your question, we can take care of that right there. I think what I want to say there is that it is actually a problem for water agencies. It's not, water agencies are prohibited from using different customer classes based on income, for example. That's simply a prohibition. So we have to find other sources of funds that we can use for that. So it's not like we have an unlimited supply available. Of course, also any money that we issue in the hardship rate is going to offset the increase. I mean, we're going to have to increase the rates if we issue too much. I don't see that happening. It's set at $100 right now, and I think that is something that the board can review on in regular intervals. And we're going to walk into this and get some experience with this. This is the first time that we're able to make this available to folks. I hope that addresses at least a little bit what he was asking.
Okay, let me go back to looking at the questions. I wanted to add to one comment about our property taxes revenues that come from to the district from the state. We do not, the water district, the water system does not get any property tax receipts. We were created post Prop 13. Our sewer district gets some property taxes, but a large portion of what we used to get in property taxes is given to the schools, and it's removed for the schools. We never know from year to year if we're going to get a rebate from the state or not on that portion. Some years it's good, some years it's not so good. It depends on the needs for the schools. My guess is this year, the schools are going to be in desperate shape for property tax dollars, and sewer districts and water districts are considered to be enterprise districts. The state has made the decision that we pay for ourselves by charging our customers, just like a business, except we're not. And we are run by the local folks. So you can look at our budget. You can see the ERAF, the education augmentation.
Education Reimbursement Augmentation Fund.
Thank you. And you can look back and see where we have gotten money, but you can also see that we have not, and we don't tend to get much. To Ginny's point, the fire district is not an enterprise district, and it has an entirely different way of funding itself. And I think it is comparing apples and, well, I don't know, waterfalls. They are two completely different funding systems and funding sources. So I think that's important to keep in mind. I just looked, and if you use Greg's calculations, the Hetch Hetchy system just spent on itself $4.8 billion to improve itself. It's not finished. We would have to buy into that system in order to get their water. I think keeping our wells repaired is less costly. When this district first took over the water district, we studied desal. It was horrendously expensive. We looked at all different kinds of options to get water, including Hetch Hetchy, and they were all far, far more expensive. Finding our own water system, so we decided to look for water. The new technologies, which the Spaniards 300 years ago didn't have given us some of the best water there is. It's clean. The Hetch Hetchy water, they changed the pH on it. I think it's 5 or 7 times when it comes down from the mountains. I was just listening to water reports. Reno, which gets its water from Lake Tahoe, is going to go on water restrictions in the near future. So there's not a whole lot of water in the mountains. And I think if we committed ourselves to relying on that water, we would be very sorry in the future. The Hetch Hetchy system was made in about when the regional water was at a 100-year high for rains. They had looked at tree rings for over the last 1,000 years, and the past 100 years, the 1900s, were much higher in rainfall. So I am not so sure this is something we want to consider. Let me look and see if I see any more. Let me see, you talked about the Clemens, the reason we can't delay it. And there were a lot of comments. I think that these would be good for, many of these are questions more need to be answered later, but you can see in the staff report where we do talk about what our needs are. And I will just say before we go to the board, that this board has struggled with rates as long as I've been on it. And we have always deferred for lower rates. Again, just keeping up with inflation. But the problem is the equipment, we bought an antiquated system. We've spent 17 years putting in fixes with a priority for operational efficiencies, which are seen in our budget, and also cost efficiencies when we've put them in. We get incredible deals on doing our equipment, and but nobody is there at the state level or the federal level to help anymore. So we need to do this. I see that some people are trying to have raised their hands, but the public hearing is closed. We'll be happy to talk to you later. You can call Clemens tomorrow, or call any of us tomorrow, and we'll be happy to talk to you. We need to move on, and we will work on, somebody asked the lifespan of delivery pipes. Somebody asked the lifespan of why not secure permits for test wells. Those are very good questions. Some of our pipes are very old. Some of our pipes are new. And we are working on getting them all up to date.
Catherine, on the permits for the test wells, could we go to Clemens for that, please?
Please.
Yeah, sure. Also, just briefly, pipe age varies significantly. We have pipes in the system that lasted 100 years. It's not the situation that's ideal, but others are lasting 50, 60 years. Others need after 40 replacement. Depends on the materials. Modern pipes last much longer. The permit, well permits. Well, first of all, we have been securing well permits. We have secured some test borings early on. Did a number. It was in 2003, 10, 12 test borings or so. Some of those were successful, and that is where we developed a new source, Alta Vista well. So we know how to get permits, secure permits, etc. We did some exploratory test borings also on the Caltrans right-of-way. They were also successful. And yes, we have been attempting to negotiate permits for those, but yeah, that's a process that's ongoing. Yeah, so hope I addressed that question.
Okay, one other note that I have is why did we decide to put this on the tax bill as opposed to doing it as a water usage charge? Would you like to address that, Clemens?
I'm actually gonna ask Alex to address that. I think.
Let me get him back in.
Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, no, that's a good question. And, you know, there was a lot of different alternatives evaluated over a whole host of meetings with the board and the finance committee. At the end of the day, these water system reliability charges, it's really about funding the infrastructure that's needed to serve every property. And those infrastructure needs are there, whether you're on vacation for a month or whether you're there. The water system has to provide that capacity 24/7 to handle the demand when it's there. So that's why it is a fixed charge, and it's on the property tax rolls because this is a property related charge that benefits every single property out there. And I'm going to point out that there are many agencies that have charges on the property tax rolls all around San Mateo County. I think many, maybe even most of the sewer rates are already on the property tax rolls, just like yours. So it was thought that was the fairest place to put it, as opposed to making a renter have to pay for all the infrastructure for a homeowner, for example. So it's a very common way to do it. And it's the grass is always greener, I find, with these rate studies. Everyone wants it a little differently. But it's just benefits the property. Everyone's going to pay their share for their infrastructure needs based on their meter size.
Okay.
I'm just seeing a query that I think I should address right now. Sorry, I didn't see that earlier. Somebody was asking where we can find the hand raise function. This is in the participants list on the bottom. You will see that there's an option to mute you, raise hand, those kind of things. I hope this is the same for everyone.
It's not. On my screen, next to the participants is an icon that says more with 3 dots over it. And if you push that and you go down, you've got meeting settings, minimize meeting, virtual background, raise hand, and disconnect audio. So it's the raise hand under the more section. Explore your screen. It probably is a little different on most machines. But the public hearing is closed, but we do have 2 more public hearings coming, and we will take questions for those.
Those are, just to be clear, those are tonight.
Those are still tonight. Right. So let's go to the board discussion of the item. I'm just going to move around the board. Jim?
Make it Jim unmuted.
Okay, thank you for unmuting me. First of all, I'd like to respond to the comment about possibly, a comment about possibly purchasing Hetch Hetchy water from SFPUC. We are a special district. We're the only district in the peninsula that has its own independent source of water. And that makes us very special. We don't pay for that water. We only pay the cost to have it pumped out of the ground. So it makes us a special district, and I think it's important to maintain that privilege. I don't think we should. I would suggest we don't discuss consolidation at this meeting. I think that needs to be discussed, but I think it should be discussed at some future time. If anybody wants to discuss it with me, just as Rick did, I'll give you my cell number, which is 650-575-7667. You can call me any time, and we can discuss consolidation at that time. The board has. I just want to reiterate what Alex said. We have been extremely transparent in our budget process, and in this process also, that we are one of the most transparent boards around. Clemens pointed out that we need to make this decision tonight. If we postpone or make the wrong decision, it could end up in a long wait for the extra funds we need. So we can postpone things, but we have to make the decision tonight. I want to make the point that ever since we bought this system from Cal-Am, we've been improving the infrastructure as quickly as possible and in significant steps. It's not, we haven't sat around and someone made the comment that why haven't you been making these infrastructure improvements all along? Well, we have been. It's just that, as Clemens pointed out, a point is reached in our system as in other systems around the country where things kind of get old and they have to be replaced.
we're at that critical point. A comment was made is why do we have such a bad financial rating? I understand, Clemens, you can correct me after my comments if I'm wrong, but I understand that our financial rating is top notch, and we've had no problems getting loans and getting grants in the past. So our financial rating is excellent. I agree with Greg Garris that we do need to look at connection fees. We have looked at them before. There are people have responded on different sides of that issue, and so we should discuss that again. And then I also would like to as Clemens pointed out, to remind everyone that we do have a complex geographical district, and that Montara, Moss Beach are special places in which there are hills and valleys. So we have the 30 pump stations, and we have a complex system that is more expensive to maintain than other systems. The adjacent systems are very simple on simple hillsides where we are in hills and valleys, and it makes things more complex. So I just want to summarize by saying that we are a special district and that we do have our own source of water. Consolidation is an issue that should be discussed, and you can call me if you want to discuss that, and maybe we can have more formal discussions in the future. But that is not an issue for tonight's discussion. Okay, thank you.
Peter, followed by Rick.
First of all, I want to thank everybody who is participating this evening for their input. It is really, ever since I came on board in November, unusual to see this type of participation when typically at a board meeting before COVID, we would get only 2 or 3 visitors. So I really appreciate all of you having come to this evening's meeting, and I have taken some notes about things that we should definitely improve upon. The one thing that we cannot improve upon is after filing and scraping around the budget, we have reached a point where it becomes very clear that we need this water reliability charge. We do not have the kind of reserves to make sure that should something happen, we can dip in our reserve. In the best case, we can transfer some of the reserves of the sewer department in order to survive, and that is not how it should be. Once again, thank you all for listening in and giving us very valuable suggestions. I especially found the suggestion to hold workshops to get more people to participate very valuable. Thank you.
Rick? Rick, followed by Scott.
Got to be on. Oh, there we go. A couple quick things. First of all, I've been lucky to attend some of the state water board meetings, and I wish everybody in our district could attend those, because you will see horror stories having to do with water. We are blessed with, and I'm going to say, the best water in California, and I'll put ours against Hetch Hetchy. There are districts which are literally running out of water. They will not have water. They have corruption. They have brown water pouring out of the pipes. We've got amazing water, and it's our water. We own it. Consolidation means that somebody else will take our water. People made comments about, oh, I'm tired of everybody suing each other. We aren't suing each other. Half Moon Bay is suing us. Consolidation of the water districts or any districts will not occur unless Half Moon Bay has control of it. They will not accept anything other than if we have districts, they'll get 3 out of 5 and we would have a voice, but they will control everything and that is their goal. So we have an amazing district here with the best water. Just think about if we didn't have any water or brown stuff's coming out of the pipes. So again, if you want to talk consolidation, please contact me at 759-7969. I won't belabor that now. Thanks.
Thank you. Scott.
Well, I want to join in and say, you know, I've been doing this for a while. I appreciate that most of you are not here tonight because you're happy with the way things are. When each of us signed up, either Peter volunteered for this. I initially volunteered, but have been elected to this. We all know that we become partly public property when we do this, and hearing the accolades is nice. Hearing the criticisms is not nice, but it is what we signed up for, and I'm grateful that you're here. This is part of what makes our country great, and I know, having worked with each person on the board and on the management team, that the kind of feedback that we're getting, the kind of questions, accusations, challenges, these all get us to work harder on behalf of our community. And as I've said over the past couple of meetings, we really are between a rock and a hard place. We started cutting because of the community's financial concerns back in 2008, before a whole lot of the country was even really aware of just how bad it was going to get with the financial crisis. And when Peter talks about there's not much left to cut, we've been cutting for 10 years. And we did it because of concern for the term we use, rate shock. I never wanted to shock the community. About 2 years ago, we started doing the analysis because the economy was starting to come back to the point where we thought we could start to go dig out of the hole that we put ourselves in by not doing the work on the aging infrastructure that we knew that we needed to. And actually, let me put myself on the screen. I'm staring at Rick, and I like seeing you, Rick, but people should be. I'm trying to do all the tech stuff on this as well, so I apologize. Yeah, guys, speak up. Remind me, there's a lot to watch here. So we cut, and we finally got to where, okay, year over year, I remember starting in 2012, we started asking, okay, now do we start picking it back up? And we looked really hard at the economy in our area and decided, no, not really. The best we can do is squeak by with a cost of living increase based on the rate of inflation, and we even cut that. And I remember some meetings with Bartle Wells, our economists, and we really got into a fight with some of the folks who showed up to tell us that we really had to raise our rates because we're like, hey, our community can't bear this. So I've heard a number of times in the past 3 months, you guys must be crazy. What are you doing this during a pandemic? Well, we started planning on digging out of this hole well over a couple of years ago. We started meeting in board meeting after board meeting. You saw that list from Clemens earlier. So we've been talking about it in public for the past year, and I appreciate it. Like it's been said earlier tonight, coming to board meetings, reading board packets, talking to board members, talking to staff. It's not something that everybody in the community wants to do. Lord knows that we know that when only a couple of people come to our meetings on a typical meeting. We're always glad to have people there. Critical, supportive, whatever. When Greg first started coming to meetings, you should have heard some of the hard questions he threw at us. We hear him tonight. He's done a whole lot of homework. He's done a lot of talking. He's attended a lot of meetings, and you'll see that he's come around to now asking, why aren't we raising more money? Well, because we need to do what we can to stay within the means of the community. So we have had a lot of discussions about what can we do to be creative about how we deal with this. I think we're going to continue to have those discussions. If we can find ways to reduce the burden, we will. One thing that we're hopeful about, and it's kind of a strange thing, but we know during economic downturns that a lot of the firms that we hire to do things like replace pipeline and replace pressure reducing valves, the cost of materials and the cost of labor goes down because people are hungry and they need the work. In the past, we've even had people tell us, look, we just want to keep our crew working. We'll do it for cost. And they put aside their own corporate profit just to be able to work. Our community benefited from that, and we're always on the lookout for those kind of opportunities. Crisis has opportunities sometimes. So
there are a lot of people who are saying, you know, hey, you haven't given us information. Why don't you have more of this?
Do I hear an echo somewhere? Is there a ghost?
Yeah, let me take care of that. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Rick? Okay. I got him.
Thank you.
All right. Let me touch on some specific points. Consolidation. Glad you're at a board meeting. If you've been at any of our board meetings for the past, I don't know how many years, odds are very good that the topic has come up at almost every one of the meetings. This board has especially the past couple of years, been very uniformly dead set against. I have run on that position. I have campaigned on that position. I'm happy to talk to anybody anytime about it. I've spent years working with Half Moon Bay. And when we talk about the cost of the litigation was dropped on us like a bomb after Catherine had started up something at the Sewer Authority Mid-Coast side to work on a plan for us all to work together and a strategic plan. And we spent a few weekends together in public meetings talking about the things of interest to the three agencies. And it was actually starting to sound very kumbaya. We had a lot of agreement. We had agreement about recycled water. We had agreement about how we were going to structure our activities and what we were going to focus on. And right as we wrapped that up, I remember I was at work and I get an email. Half Moon Bay just sued us. And it was out of nowhere. They have, we've had tonight complaints about sewage that has gone into the ocean. That was on a pipeline that was on a project list that was in front of the Sewer Authority Mid-Coast side. The project list was prepared by our sewer engineer, recommended that we work on that section of pipeline to take care of it because it was aging, very old, needed work. We had done assessment in the field and knew it to be something that needed work. We didn't know that it was ready to leak just yet, but we knew that it was one of those things we'd better tend to. It's like that 30-year-old roof, you got to get to it because one of these days it's going to rain and you're going to be replacing drywall. Well, here we had to deal with regulators, fines, and a lawsuit brought by an environmental group. I think some of you in the audience may be familiar with that group. All of the cost and all of the effort that we had to put into contending with all of that came out of Half Moon Bay refusing to fund the project. Okay, so when you want to talk consolidation, it would be with an agency that has refused to pay for anything that's not inside their city limits. It doesn't matter if it has something to do with how the whole system works. They don't want to know it. They don't want to hear about it. And they have said to us, enough about this history. And what it means is we don't want to pay for Montara and Moss Beach. If we were to do consolidation, I dare you to find any one person in any other district who wants to pay for the infrastructure needs that we are being transparent and laying out in front of you. The tens of millions of dollars of work that we need to do over the coming 20 years. I mean, we're not going to do it all at once. It's breaking it down to the things that we have to do each year. we've been putting a lot of it off. It's time to start digging ourselves out of that hole. Let's see. There was a question that I wanted to make sure, and I want to, I think, throw this to Clemens. If people qualify for PG&E CARES program, what do they do? And is there a deadline? Do they need to supply proof?
Oh, okay, thank you. So we're trying to make this as easy as possible for anyone. Recology has already a discount rate that is based on the PG&E CARE program. So first of all, please know that this is existing and that anyone qualifying for this program can get also a discount with Recology for garbage service. That's all for the 32-gallon can. And so we're acknowledging the existing list from Recology. So there's no need for folks that are signed up with Recology to sign up for Montara. This is an automatic process. We are going to do this also the other way around. As soon as somebody signs up for the hardship discount with Montara Water and Sanitary District, we're going to bounce it back to Recology so that they can consider it. And we have, again, we actually described the process and the requirements in the upcoming meeting. There is a vetting process that PG&E does. That is why we're tying into this. And we have the conditions actually listed and described in the staff report. And yeah, I hope I addressed the question. Is that, did I answer?
So there's no particular deadline for people. They just need to.
Oh, they can sign up anytime. Well, there is actually, there is actually, it's an interesting question. On the water side, there's no deadline or you can sign up at any time and you can start receiving that refund with your next bi-monthly bill. On the sewer side, I described how we actually have to send the information to the tax collector, and we get a chance to do this one time per year. So the folks that are signing up throughout the year, instead of us breaking this, like on the water side, we're going to break this $100 apart. We divide it by 6 annual bills, and we're going to give the $16 and some cents with each bill. On the sewer side, it's a one-time, it's a once per year $100 discount. So anyone signing up after July can benefit from this the next year when we get a chance to actually add this discount and apply this discount. So there is actually a deadline for this year, and I'm going to call it July 15.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got a couple more things here. Well, a couple. There was a question about whether or not we're doing on the ground or in the ground condition assessments of equipment and pipes and pumps and such. I wanted to mention, because we've said a lot of things, but we do have rate studies, and we do have capital improvement programs, and behind each of the rate study is actually a fairly substantial document. We've had it presented in board meetings, but it's a document that's available on our website for both water and sewer. It goes into a great deal of background on what the options were, what the justifications are, and from, frankly, from the Bartle-Wells point of view, the economist point of view, on, to the board and the agency about how we really ought to be looking at things. So we get that outside perspective from the economic experts. I know that we do quite a bit of work televising our sewer lines, for example. Clemens or Tanya, do we want to, could you say a word or two about how we come to know what goes on to the capital improvement program and how much of that is based on observation in the field?
I think Tanya is the right person to answer this. Tanya is with SRT, our water engineer.
Thank you, Director Boyd, Mr. Heldmeyer. Yes, I would love to address those two questions actually. One was about the physical condition assessment, and by all means, we do perform physical condition assessment actually annually. Of course, the district staff looks at the facilities on a daily basis and reports any to Clemens any issues that they find, and they record that. So that work goes on a daily basis. But we also, in conjunction with district staff, inspect the facilities and the ones that are above grade. And we also, the district looks at the facilities. If there's a pipe break, they look at the condition of the pipe that is joining the break when they repair and then put repair clamps and such. So these things are all taken in consideration when we propose the capital improvement program, which is another subject, if I may, I would like to address. I think one of the speakers asked a question about how come we haven't been planning, or something about the capital improvements program has not been published. Well, this board, when the district took over the water system in 2003, has established a criteria for prioritization of projects and how to price them. And this was adopted by this board. And ever since then, since 2003, every year we developed and publish a capital improvements program for the water system. And this process starts in about February. It precedes the budget process, then it goes to the finance committee. It gets presented to the board at least twice, sometimes 3 times. So those documents are publicly available if anybody wants to see. It's a book. We publish a book with all the projects that are described, with all the details that we can possibly put in the planning stage. Those documents are publicly available. So that's all I had to say.
Thank
Unless
you.
there are other questions.
Let me go into a couple of other things. I want to wrap up. I don't want to take too much time here.
Scott, did you want to answer or get Christine or Alex to answer more clearly on 218?
Sure. Let me get Christine back in.
Folks, I think we need to extend the meeting.
Yes, we
moved
do.
to extend the meeting, by, what do you figure?
We're gonna need to close. I think we're gonna need more than an hour.
I suggest that we move it for an hour, and at the end of the public hearings and the consent agenda, discuss how much more we're going to deal with.
Okay, that's my motion.
I'll second.
Okay.
Second by Catherine. Roll call vote, please.
Get Tracy back in.
Okay. Director Boyd?
Aye.
Director Decker?
Aye.
Director Harvey?
Aye.
Director Lohman? Director Slater-Carter?
Oh.
Aye.
We have a thumbs up from Rick. I'll vouch for that. Okay. All right. So, Catherine, which particular question about 218 that we were throwing to Christine?
Let me look at notes. We already discussed the restriction on DocuSign, and I think we're going back to that one. So if Christine could go into more detail briefly about.
Actually, well, I'd like to say something about that. I mean, I've gone and I recently reread everything that I could find about what the act actually requires, and I put some of that information up on Nextdoor, and this board, like so many others that I'm familiar with, we have to abide by a state level requirement. It was a proposition at the state level. We don't get to interpret it. I mean, we have to interpret it to try to figure out how to run it, but it's rather prescriptive. And one thing I really wanted to say, and I've said it in board meetings before, I'll say it every time, 18 needs to be revised to allow people to do, to issue, to send in their protests using modern electronic methods. I'm in agreement with the desire of the community to do that. But Prop 218 is very prescriptive. And so we spend a lot of time trying to make sure that we're following it to the letter because it is so important with the kind of timelines that are put on us by the state, by the proposition itself, and how we do things when we're making adjustments to rates or any of the stuff that costs more money. We've got to get it right. It takes a lot of time. I think we put out our notice for this, 90 days ago. This is the kind of thing you want to get right. So we don't have the kind of flexibility that modern society would expect, but that's a Sacramento problem. And if somebody wants to reach out to somebody, I'll go with you, or I'll reach out to them. I'll write a letter with you. I'll sign on it if you want. So that's that topic. There were questions about delaying by a few months. Let me note that when this shows up on the tax rolls, the deadline for the first half of the tax obligation is December 10th. The second half is due, the deadline is April 10th. So those are several months out already. That's part of the benefit of putting it on the tax rolls. And could we get a comment on whether or not the water reliability charge is constrained in the way that it's used? Clemens, you made a comment earlier, but I think it came up a couple of different times, and I wonder if you could clarify a little bit.
Yeah, so what I stated is that the water system reliability charge is restricted and cannot be used for operations. It's restricted for infrastructure users. And if that is not clear enough, I'm maybe going to ask, for example, Alex can probably tell us a little bit about more about this, but ultimately this type of fund cannot be used for operations. Of course, it frees up a portion of funds that went to infrastructure for operations. So operations is going to benefit somewhat from that. But Alex, maybe you can address this a bit more in detail.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much more I have to add, but under Prop 218, as proposed, the charge can be used for the purpose for which it's being collected. And in this case, it's pretty clear this is a charge that's tied into, funding the district's capital infrastructure facility needs, whether it's aging pipelines or wells. I mean, you've got some flexibility there, but that is the purpose of this charge. And that's all it can be used for under the Constitution, under Prop 218. One other thing I'll mention, it was talk about the Prop 218 notice. Nowhere in the Prop 218 notice does it say you can tell people how to, how to submit a protest and stuff. But your notice went beyond the legal requirements, and it was very clear in your notice, to everyone who received the notice, how to submit a written protest. So you're going beyond the minimums. But yes, the charge can only be used for the purposes which is collected, and that's the district's infrastructure needs.
Thank you, Alex.
There.
All right, Catherine, I think
okay.
I may have some additional things there, but these are the questions I really wanted to make sure that we got to.
Okay, you've asked the ones you wanted to get to.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I'm still going over the notes. I may scrape up one or two that we really should talk about.
Okay, but we are at 10:40, and I will tell the participants online, this is how our meetings usually go. Our consultants wonder why we spend so much time giving our public and so much information. But as you've heard from the questions and from the responses, we're passionate about making sure we have a good water and sewer system here that is represented to the community and is represented by the community. Certainly the consolidation discussions will go on, and some will be convinced, others won't. That's politics, that's our community. We are full of people who think a lot and ask good questions. I will say that on our website, under documents and links, you can find the strategic plan, which was created by the community. You can find our budgets. The document that was referred to that was from 2017 was a document that is on the state. It's a state report we had to make. And I will just say that the reason I wanted a bill on your tax is severalfold. One, under 218, it guarantees that it will be used for what we have promised that it will be, which is the pumps, the pipes, the tanks, all that stuff that runs the system. I've seen too many times with the county where we vote on something and all of a sudden it gets used for something else. And I think that is reprehensible. We're a district board who stands by what we say. And this is all about making sure you have a water system that you get good, clean, quality water when you turn on the tap. Oh, and when you flush your toilet, it goes all the way down to where it gets treated. And those are important things for any first world civilized community. I will give you my phone number. It's 650-346-5255. It's on my card. And I will give the district, and I am Catherine.mwsd@gmail.com. And and you can hear, I'll be happy to talk to you about all of this stuff. I've put a lot of time and effort into it because the people in Montara and Moss Beach are an incredible community. And I think that keeping us as a whole community is very important. I've seen what happened to Pacifica after it got consolidated. That's another day and another story. So let's close this. Let's have a motion to adopt or not adopt the fees.
I make a motion to adopt the fees.
Motion by Peter.
I'll second.
Second by Scott. Roll call vote, please.
Oh, let me get Tracy back in, sorry.
Okay. Director Boyd?
Aye.
Director Decker?
Aye.
Director Harvey?
Hang on.
Okay, aye.
Director Loman?
Back in.
There we go. Was there any point in the discussion about a small deduction in the first year of this implementation, or can that come later, or what?
Clemens?
I think we have a motion on the table, Rick. I have not heard that discussion.
No, I mean, we can vote now to put it on the rolls, but is there an opportunity for a small reduction in the first year because of the crises or anything?
I think you could bring this up at the master fee schedule item.
Okay, then I vote aye.
Okay. Director Sater-Carter?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Item 2, under public hearing, review and possible action confirming reports on sewer service charges, water system reliability charges for 2020, 2021, and delinquent refuse collection and water service charges for fiscal year 2019, 2020.
Okay, well, thank you, Catherine. Just for all the participants right now, this is a very administrative step. So what we're really doing here is we're approving a resolution that allows, that needs to accompany essentially the transmittal to San Mateo County, all the information that is being sent on June 15th. The Health and Safety Code requires that for us to do exactly that, to place these charges on the property tax roll, we have to hold a public hearing. That is really what we're doing here. We went through the necessary process to do that. I want to say, while this is adopted, it allows us to place these charges on the tax roll. And however, we actually are allowed to make some changes after this approval. So this in the context of what Rick just mentioned. So you can adopt this roll right now. If the charges are changing, we can make adjustments to that. So the recommendation is to open the public hearing, allow pertinent public testimony, close the public hearing, and adopt the resolution with the long title that allows us to do what I described. Yeah, that's it. So
okay.
To approve the resolution.
So we will open the public hearing. Please hit the button that raises a hand. I see Joel Farbstein has his hand raised and Sid Young. No one else at this point. And for those of you, your comment period will be 2 minutes. I see Greg Diegas. So your comment period will be 2 minutes, and I will ask Scott to mute you if you go over 2 minutes and a sentence, a short sentence. Thank you. So, Sid Young.
I'm making myself very short at this moment. I think what you're going to vote on right now is to put it on the tax rolls. But I also heard Clemens say that you could adjust the amount or something like that. So on behalf of all the families and people that are struggling because of COVID, and I know you started the process a lot earlier than we didn't know about a pandemic coming down the road, I wish that you would at least consider reducing the first year's charge or delaying when you bill it or whatever it is you're voting on to delay possibly. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Diegas, followed by Lenny Liakos, followed by Barbara Mathewson.
I would like to say that I have the greatest respect for the experience on this board, but I think Joel Farbstein and many other people have made a good point about being tone deaf. And I don't know that Clemens adequately justified, to my mind, the specific projects that we discussed at the last meeting as being urgent. Now, I'll stand, to be corrected on the details. I also realized that the payment of this tax was actually going to be delayed till December, which is giving people a little bit of a break. But I would like to see this board be able to stay around and continue to do good work. And my concern is you're going to be voted out of office if you don't make an accommodation that people are asking for. So between the uncertainty in my mind about the justification of the near-term water projects, although there's no uncertainty in my mind that you need the money going forward, I would ask you to consider making a concession or considering some kind of plan where people who can pay on time, and people who delay, I don't know, get charged an interest rate or something like that. But it just seems a 100-year pandemic deserves extraordinary replies and response by the board. Thanks.
Thank you. Lenny Liakos, followed by Barbara Mathewson.
All right. I just have to say, having listened and tried to take notes through this meeting, I was really, really disappointed in the responses of all the directors and Alex and Clemens, with the exception of Rick there at the end. Nobody mentioned the word pandemic. I heard a lot of justifications for the rates increase, reasons not to consolidate, but the big elephant here in the room is this 100-year pandemic. 25% of the people are out of work. A lot of people are not going to be able to pay their rent, let alone their taxes, their mortgages. Please have some compassion for those people. You know, it is what I heard over and over again when I was passing out those protest letters. Please. And by not even mentioning it, I mean, Rick was the only one there at the end. It really, really disturbs me. Is it that far out of your realm that you don't? Anyways, thank you.
Catherine, if I might.
Thank you. Please, Scott.
Lenny, with all respect, I mentioned it, and I will go further and tell you that, yeah, like Greg talked about, like you've mentioned, this may bear consequences for the members of this board. I fully appreciate that. We may have made an error in cutting costs and cutting the anticipated projects so early that most people didn't get to watch us do that. But that doesn't mean that we haven't already cut and cut and cut. And that said, I hope you can hear when I said that the public attention, the feedback, and the unprecedented crisis that we're in the middle of has caused us to work harder and think harder. One of the things I've been looking forward to tonight is to see what kind of ideas might surface that would give us one more thing that we can do to take into account these extraordinary and difficult times. And one thing that I have just recently raised with Clemens involves the possible, and it would only be a one-time thing, but we are in the middle of an extraordinary crisis, selling off some property that we have plans for, but perhaps it's time to take a look at that. And it's the kind of thing where I don't expect anyone to be excited to think about it, because it really is only a one-trick pony, and we've got year upon year of work that needs to be done to catch up for all those years where we did not do the work at all because of financial problems. So we're not done trying to figure out ways that we can find money elsewhere. Like Clemens said, he's looking everywhere for grants and loans. He's examined a whole bunch of things already. Tanya is extraordinary at finding these opportunities. And somebody asked, who's writing your grants? Well, Tanya has written a number of them for us and has been very successful during years where that was a possibility. I know Pippin, our civil engineer, is also very mindful and keeping an eye open. And we're always talking with our economist about what else can we do. So I don't think we're done looking for these things. I'm sorry, I'm just going on now, but Lenny, I hear you, and I'm with you, and I'm struggling with this, and I'll just put it out there. I've been praying hard about this because this is a situation where there don't appear to be any good answers. I will say something that we've said at many meetings before. We talked about the leak on the pipeline that led into the ocean, that led to all the fines and the lawsuit and the settlement with the regional board and the settlement with ERF. What happens when we put things off to the point where they break is that we spend crazy money super fast to do emergency repairs, and it drains off whatever reserves we might have on hand. it it takes other projects off the table that we can't do that year, putting them at further risk. And then if we get fined or sued to boot, it's crazy expensive. So there's some things you can put off, but we have put off quite a lot already. And, you know, we're still open to ideas. And we're still going to keep thinking. And, you know, I'm going to open that conversation about the uncomfortable thing about selling off some property, because this is exactly the kind of time that you're talking about. You're exactly right.
Thank you. Lenny, are you finished?
She's on mute.
She's on mute. Okay. Barbara Mathewson?
Hold on a second. I just want to say thank you, Scott. I don't know if you can hear me. And you're right. You did mention pandemic once. I was keeping track in your closing statement there. So I stand corrected, and I thank you for your answer. Thank you for your compassion on it, because it's the issue right now. It is the issue. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I see Sid, but Sid, you've already spoken. Sean Boddington?
No, Catherine, you had called Barbara, and I just unmuted Barbara.
We're going to bed.
Oh, sorry.
Hi.
I thought that was Barbara that was just speaking. Sorry.
Oh, that was Lenny back in.
That was Lenny. Okay. Barbara, then Sean.
No. Hi, everybody. I'm Barbara Mathewson. I'm a member of the MCC, but I'm also a property owner in Moss Beach and Montara. I just have a question that is, how will this discount work if you have a tenant that qualifies for the PG&E discount? And how will that work with the owner on their taxes? How do you divide that? Or if the owner doesn't make enough money, but the tenant does, I'm just wondering how you're going to work that out. Thank you. Thanks for all your work.
Good question.
If
that would be Clemens.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine. Yes, very good question. So there is these two different processes in place for the collection of the sewer service charge. That's collected on tax roll. And that is always affecting the property owner. Only a property owner is going to receive that. So if a property owner applies for this, then the property owner will get the benefit of this sewer service charge. We're going to look at who holds the water account for this property. And either it is also the property owner, and of course they're going to be eligible for that reduction on the water side, or it is someone else who doesn't qualify and they will not get it. The other way around applies the same way. So if you have a property owner that is not in the need to receive this discount, but you have a tenant who is the water account holder who needs this assistance, they can apply and they will get it then for the water side, since they're not going to pay for the sewer side. Is that a clear answer?
Thank you very much.
Okay, Sean Boddington, followed by Brian Owens, followed by Ken, was it Greenfelt?
Greenberg.
Sorry, Greenberg, followed by Joel Farbstein.
Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to talk again. Just a quick comment on the water conversation. You know, I appreciate you guys have a lot of experience, and you're in this day in and day out, and some of us are working for a living and don't have time to get involved in the school boards and the water boards, everything else that goes on around, including our day jobs. But maybe that's an excuse, and I'm going to spend more time on the water board going forward. But you know, it would be nice to get some real facts versus scaremongering and talking about how good or bad water is, and with no empirical evidence. But that aside, I'm not a big fan of putting anything on the tax bill. I think a lot of people that can't afford it are going to have challenge paying this. Anything on your tax bill is a lien in your house. Potentially, you could lose your house if you don't pay your taxes. So loading more stuff on your tax bill, including I think there's a bond measure ready for the water board on there. There's several bond measures for local schools, and I guarantee we'll get more bond measures. I think you're putting a lot of stress on people. I think it does need to be added to our sewer and our water bills going forward, whether it's a fixed fee, it's a long-term infrastructure fee. That will make it more transparent. I recognize it's not as easy to collect for you guys, and maybe it's more administratively challenging, but I think it's going to at least allow people to potentially save their homes. The other piece of it is, I think for those folks that are struggling, you guys do need to have a comprehensive program. Dumping on the tax bill, honestly, in my opinion, is a cowardly way of doing it. I think we need to look at a comprehensive policy to say, if people can't afford it, how are we going to make it affordable for those folks who live in this area? We already have challenges in California around housing crises, people's ability to pay for stuff, pay for their homes, stay in their homes. And I think we need to look at a comprehensive policy. So, to the extent that you guys can think creatively around that, maybe some of us who can afford to pay can pay it forward. I'm willing to pay, 5 years in ahead and prepay it if it allows someone to forego a couple of years to catch up. But again, those are things that I think we should think about versus just dumping it on the tax bill. And again, I'm not a big fan of, not getting the facts from you guys. I don't know if this is how it generally goes, but it's my first goat rodeo here. And honestly, I do think we need to understand what the long-term plan here is and what is the cost going to be, and what are the costs going to be over the next 5 years or longer, right? When I read your state, when I read the stuff that's out there, it's like a minimum fees are posed. Well, that's the minimum. You guys can jack it up however you want to, and that's the things I worry about, which is how do we control this? And for those people in the community that are challenged, how do we make it easier for them, right? So let's stop dumping stuff on the tax bill and putting bonds and measures on the tax bill, because honestly, I know it's an easy way of doing it. I know you get around the red tape that way, but really it's not fair on consumers. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Brian Owens.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Now we can.
Yes, thanks for the opportunity to speak again. I totally understand and appreciate the need for infrastructure upgrades and improvement and maintenance. I mean, they're just a must. But I think to echo what everybody else here that is opposing is saying, particularly what Sean just said, of just the way that it's being done and the way it's kind of being addressed feels kind of murky, especially with, I haven't really heard if this is a resolution or an ordinance. I think I heard resolution, and it's kind of venturing into murky waters, whether this is like it's being called a fee, but really it's being assessed as a tax. And so you might end up running into a lot of pushback, like at a county level, where if it's a tax by state mandate, this has to be put to a vote, not just be approved by a board. So be wary of that. And I'm also really struggling to understand why there's no work being done to work with the county and the state so that some of our property taxes, which are the highest in the country per household, aren't being applied more to these upgrades, especially when it looks like on the P&L sheet, we're operating at a profit. It doesn't add up. And so, yeah, it's like, this is not the year to be doing this. And the way that it's being done is just, it's passing the buck to go quickly, just to be done easily. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Ken?
Hi, Ken Greenberg, Montara resident again. And I think one of the board members asked for suggestions perhaps on how the water reliability fee could now be implemented now that you've approved the full amount of the proposed charge. And, you know, in recognition of the folks who are having financial difficulties this year, I'll just throw out a simple proposal that rather than in this coming fiscal year, collect the entire $558 per parcel, just simply collect half of that, $280 in this fiscal year, and then bump it up to the $558 next year. Of course, you could, you know, probably think of a lot of other alternatives along those lines, but at least that would give some reduction in the increase. Again, as I said earlier, a 40% increase on our water charges in a single year is really unprecedented, I think, for water districts under any circumstances, let alone now during the pandemic. So I think you could perhaps get some more public support for this charge if you phased it in some manner, particularly in recognition of the hardships caused by the pandemic. And that's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Joel Farbstein.
Thanks. On the sewer rate increase, I'm not sure how many people know that MWSD raised sewer rates by 47.2% just 2 years ago. And I'm looking at that notice of public hearing from May 31st, 2018, that said the proposed increases are needed to fund the costs of sewer operations, maintenance, and capital improvements to aging infrastructure. And it's the same story right now. It's another 9% right now. I'm not sure where the long-term plan is. And you people are the only ones who are operating close to business as usual with little regard for your customers' well-being, in my opinion. 392 is a record number of protest letters, from what I understand, 50% more than what you've ever had before. And that's pretty impressive that nearly 400 people told you expressly that they disagree with your analysis of needing yet another rate increase or a special fee. And that number could even be higher if you allowed electronic protests. And if you look at Prop 218, again, there's nothing that says you could be less restrictive in the statewide statutory initiatives. On the sewer side, I know you're not getting the revenue that you would otherwise. Like on the water side, with closed restaurants and schools, you told me that those are your biggest customers and you're not getting that revenue. You're increasingly relying on homeowners. It really just screams for consolidation if you're admitting that you're not getting the revenue and you have to rely on the ratepayers. And if you're basing your projections on the Bartle Wells projections, I'll remind you that the water side was done in 2014 and the sewer side was 2018 at latest. So I think you need to revisit those projections. So I really urge you to not only look at raising the rates, but cutting costs. And I hear that you say that you cut costs, but when I listened to the Finance Committee meeting, they're really minimal and not serious cuts. I would also ask you to use this as an opportunity to tell to look at your department heads and ask them to find ways to save money, or offer suggestion awards to employees who come up with other ways to save money. I really would encourage you to look again at these increases and implement them at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no more hands. Do we have any emails, Tracy?
We don't have any emails for this topic.
We don't? Okay, so then I need a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
A second. Thank you, Scott. Motion by Scott, second by Peter. Board discussion.
Make sure everybody's in. First off, let me apologize. I responded to a concern during the public hearing. That was the wrong time for me to do that. It was inappropriate, and I apologize.
So let's,
Madam President, I'm sorry to interrupt you. This particular code section that requires a public hearing to put charges on the tax roll also requires a tabulation of protests, and the board would not be able to adopt the resolution if a majority is received. Based on the last tabulation, we probably don't have that, but I think procedurally we should have the clerk. Yes.
Yes, let's read it into the record.
Thank you.
I've unmuted Tracy.
Yes.
So you want me to give you the total protest count again?
Please.
Yes.
Okay. So there are 392 total written protests received, including valid and invalid protests, and there is no majority protest.
Thank you.
Tracy.
Okay, let's move on to the board discussion then. Peter? followed by Jim, followed by Scott, followed by Rick.
There are options available to us now that we know a bit more about our implementation of the proposition. I think one of the options available to us is to implement the increase at a later date, allowing us for this year to have only a charge of $280 instead of $560. That option is available to us, I believe. Christine, please contradict me if that is not the case.
I won't contradict you, except that issue should probably be determined in the next public hearing, number 3 on your agenda. The purpose of this public hearing is just to determine whether or not the charges may be collected through the tax roll. The amount of the charges, whether the board would like to adjust them up or down, obviously, would be then decided under item 3 when you discuss the master fee schedule.
I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Jim, are you done, Peter?
Yes, I am.
Jim?
Okay, yeah, I'd like to make the comment that myself and the other board members live in the community, and we're faced with the same situation that everyone else is. We're not. This is something that we're doing to ourselves, and or that we're one of you. These are very difficult decisions. We're involved in this process as members of the community, and I just want to bring up the fact that it may be a small thing, but at the last meeting we voted to not be given a small stipend for each meeting. We've always been the district with the lowest stipend, and by far. And at the last meeting, we voted to cease receiving that stipend. So, no one, no board members, none of the board members gets health benefits or retirement benefits. We voted to forego our stipend, and we're a member of the community. I just wanted to remind everybody of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Scott?
Well, I wanted to say the same thing because it sometimes we talk at such length and we're such passion about this stuff. It might sound like something we do for a living, but we don't. I'm a software engineer for a living, and I know plenty of people who are in dire condition because of what's going on, including my family members. There were a couple of comments. There was one I wanted to get to. So about not getting the facts, there's a tremendous amount of information available on our website. It may be a little bit of a challenge for somebody to find when they're coming at it the first time. What I would recommend is giving Clemens a call, and he is the man with the answers. And if he doesn't have the answers, he knows where to get them. I think that several people have spoken tonight about having spent time with Clemens and gotten quite a bit of information. I think Greg has spent countless hours with Clemens and some of our committee members on a variety of things, and would attest that even with all that, there's even more information that he is still yet to get. And I promise you, Greg will consume it with a great appetite. So the facts are there. we have presented detailed presentations that answer many of these questions over the preceding months, and I very much appreciate that everybody's busy and have, the way this works is we delegate to a handful of people to go deal with all these details, but we, the people that you've delegated it to, do what we can to get that information out there, and it's honestly a little distressing when we see that for all these efforts, there's still so many questions. But it's not too late to go get some of that information. Others have given out their phone number. I can't talk just ad hoc anytime anybody calls, but if you call me at 650-520-0054, I will make time to talk with you further about any of these topics. 650-520-0054. Yeah, I think that's all I had.
Okay, Rick?
It's getting late, so I'll just keep my comments for item 3.
Okay. I just wanted to add to the comment that this board doesn't consider just one set of stakeholders. We consider not only the folks who have lost their jobs or incomes due to COVID, which is clearly a very personal thing, but retirees who have limited incomes, low income folks who are reliant on Social Security or who have low income jobs, folks who have decided to live on one income so they can raise their children, people who have high mortgages, who are moving into the community and don't have a whole lot of spare cash. And those are all stakeholders, and we can do a list of a jillion more stakeholders depending on how we move this. Every single one of those stakeholders needs clean water, fresh water coming out of their taps. And we have considered stakeholders for every single financial discussion that we have. They are a priority. Now that we've discussed the item, let's go on to having a motion to adopt this item. I need a motion and a second for this, for these charges.
I'll go ahead.
Motion to adopt this item.
Peter, did you make the motion?
Yes, I did.
And Jim, did you make the second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you very much. Roll call vote, please.
Okay. Director Boyd?
Aye.
Director Decker?
Aye.
Director Harvey?
Aye.
Director Lohman?
Yes.
Director Slater-Carter?
Yes. Now I need a vote from the board to rearrange the agenda and move new business item 1, review and possible action concerning establishment of economic hardship assistance policy, up into the public hearing section. We will treat it as new business because it has been incorporated into item 3 of public hearing, review and possible action concerning adoption of a revised master fee schedule. But first we have to adopt the establishment of the economic hardship assistance policy.
No move.
So thank you,
Second.
Scott. Thank you, Rick.
Second.
Motion and second by Rick and Scott. Roll call vote, please.
Wait, hang on. Is there any public comment on this? I don't want to
Well,
slow things down. We have to do it.
I was going to wait for the public comment on the item itself,
Well, we're
as
taking a
opposed to
vote.
arranging the agenda.
This is just arranging the agenda.
Yes,
Oh, okay. That's right. I'm sorry. Been a long night.
it's been a long night. Roll call vote, please, Tracy.
Director Boyd?
Aye.
Director Decker?
Aye.
Director Harvey?
Aye.
Director Lohman?
Yes.
Director Slater-Carter?
Yes. Okay, now we will introduce item 1 of new business, review and possible action concerning establishment of economic hardship assistance policy, and that is first from Clemens, and then we will have public comment.
Thank you, Catherine. So the reason why we pulled this ahead of the next item is the master fee schedule, which we establish all the fees for the district. So we need to establish this fee so that we can implement it in the master fee schedule, or this discount, so that we can actually implement it in the master fee schedule. I think everybody understands now that we're talking about economic hardship discount that is supposed to be $100 off on the water, $100 off on the sewer side.
And is that monthly or annually?
That's annually. So $100 annual sewer service charge discount. Let's look at the sewer side. The sewer discount can be paid to qualifying customers via check from the district, or it also can be applied to the annual charge collected on the property tax rolls if that is a property owner. In cases when a property changes hands and the prior owner did not qualify for the sewer discount, but the new owner does qualify, the sewer discount can be prorated for the remaining portion of the fiscal year. So Lenny, that's to your answer. So if someone, enters this, excuse me, that was not Lenny, that was Barbara. I think may have been Barbara. So so we can prorate essentially this charge and handle it through a check if somebody comes in the middle of the year. So if somebody doesn't get to getting the information to us by June 15 and we can't get it on the property tax bill, please submit it anyways, and we find a way how to issue the prorated charge to you. On the water side, for the $100 discount, annual discount, that is applied to each bi-monthly water bill, and it applies to the bill payer on the record. So it's $16.67 discount per bi-monthly bill. So this is based on the eligibility. The eligibility is based on the participation in the PG&E's CARE program. That is, again, the same that Recology uses. So Recology, we're going to do the same, of course, requires that the name on the PG&E account matches the name on the Recology account. So that's a condition. Recology can provide us with a list of eligible customers for automatic enrollment. As stated that, we are working with Recology to make this as simple as possible for folks that are applying. There may be a process where they need to provide authority to Recology to provide information to us, or vice versa. And what else? So the hope is that the bulk of the verification of the PG&E rate care program can be handled through Recology. If that is not happening, we will take that step in-house. So we actually will need to verify that the care program participation for a small number of customers. That's customers whose names do not match the Recology account, or customers who are on the care program but do not receive the discount from Recology because they don't have the cart size that is eligible for Recology. We talked about that the funding source has to come from non-ratepayer revenues. So we have a little side business with cell towers. That's one thing that could be utilized. The property tax revenues, as little as we are getting, could be utilized for this, for example, as well. And the reason here is really that under Prop 218, a discount for some customers cannot be funded by higher charges on other customers. So we cannot relay the cost of the program to other ratepayers in the district. Yeah, so I think if anyone wants to understand what the qualifying parameters are, we have it in the packet. It's also available on PG&E. It depends on the total gross annual household income and the number of persons in the household. So there are specific numbers that are associated with it. Anyone can look this up, give us a call, or yeah, or I think that's, yeah, so it's anyone can find this out. So the recommendation is to adopt resolution of the Montara Water and Sanitary District establishing an economic hardship discount program for sewer and water services and designating funding source therefore. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have comments from the audience? I see no, let me go up. I see no hand raised. I see Sid Young. 2 minutes, Sid.
Oh, okay, I'm unmuted. Two things. Clemens, earlier when you answered the question about the CARES program, I thought you said for the sewer that you'd have to get the information or the qualification by July 15th, and just now you said June 15th.
I'm sorry. Yes, it's July 15.
Oh.
Ultimately, the earlier the better.
Right.
Yeah, that's how we get it on the essentially in a reduction of the charges collected through the tax roll. If it comes later, we have to. It involves a check.
Okay, and the second question regarding this item is if you can't get the money from other ratepayers, for instance, and you have to get it from a budget item, line item like a cell phone tower income, what happens if there's such a demand that you end up having not enough money? What are you going to do? Because there's so many people out of work and maybe they're qualifying for this new program.
It's not anything that we anticipate. So I think we are certain that we have enough funds. Of course, if we see that we would reach kind of the bottom of the bucket that's available, we would go to this board and have this public discussion.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Sid. I do not see any other hands. So let's bring it back for the board discussion. Do I see any hands? We have discussed this quite a bit as a board. Seeing no board hands raised, would we like to just move to a motion?
I'd like to make the motion.
Scott had started talking first, Jim. So when Scott finishes, then we will accept your motion.
Okay.
So the $100 amount, honestly, I was finding myself in agreement with the comments that seems a little light for people who are in that kind of condition and qualifying. What it takes to qualify says you're in a really tough spot, and I don't know if $100 is going to be enough to in that spot. And with Clemens thinking that we really are not anticipating reaching the bottom of that bucket, I'd like to get the sense of the board on whether or not we might want to take that number and make that a little bit bigger.
I suggest let's hear from the board members. Jim?
It sounds good to me. If we could make it larger, that'd be great. I'm all for that if that's possible.
Peter?
I would be for that too.
Rick?
I think he's on mute again. His bits are spare, so let me get his bits flowing again.
Let me see. Do I see Rick nodding?
There we go. I'm certainly open to suggestion on that because I'm looking at item 3 when we get to that of a reduction there. I don't know if we can make 2 reductions. That would pretty much, be pretty expensive, I think, at this time for us. So I'd like to also talk about it under item 3 for a reduction there too.
Well, Clemens, this would be the smaller total amount. If we were going to make a reduction on what goes on the tax roll, that would be across all the properties, and this would be the small subset of people who qualify under the low income program.
Yes.
Yes.
I think, Rick, in my view, this is the much easier one to do.
Let me think about that for a second. Keep talking to some other people. So you're saying this would be more targeted to put more money here.
Well, this would be, I think, for people that we know to be in truly dire straits, a little bit here goes much longer way for them.
Yes.
Right. And it's based on our understanding so far, it's a much smaller group. So I think it's where we can get it all about spending money, and I think it's a fairly high return for a reasonably well-contained investment. It's a lot in many ways. It's a lot like our conservation rebates. It's not a lot of money, but it helps people where it really matters.
I can jump in for a second then, having my thought processes moving. I was going to suggest about a 25% break on the overall bill under item 3. That would have been something more than an extra $100. So if we don't want to do it there and target more the people who need the money here, then I would certainly be willing to discuss between like 200 and 225. I would have no problem with 200.
I think, Clemens, when you and I were chatting about it after a meeting, we talked about the potential magnitude of this number, and it was really much smaller than I thought. So do you have any strong reaction to thinking about 200 instead of 100?
I'm definitely in favor of 200.
Well, let's hear from Clemens, because
I wasn't sure who you're
nobody has looked at the effect on the pool of money that we were going to use for this. I'd like to know that effect.
Yeah. So, of course, I have to make assumptions on how many folks we are gonna see and how long this is gonna last, what the effect is. But quite frankly, if that should be the case, that we're seeing a higher number, I think we can be certain that those folks, as Scott pointed out, are the ones that really benefit from it. Now, the fiscal impact is compared to the water system reliability charge, really, like you're pointing out, much smaller item. So I think everybody can do the math themselves. So we have right now, I think with Recology, we have less than 30 signed up. So this would be 3,000. The fiscal impact would be really minimal. It's $3,000 on the water side, $3,000 on the sewer side. So adding that, increasing that charge doesn't really do that much negative impact to our budget.
Okay. So do we have a motion? We have a motion, but would you like to? Pardon me, Scott?
Sean has his hand raised.
We closed the public hearing, but since we're only down to 27 participants, Sean, 2 minutes.
This is not a public hearing, Adam.
This is, we had the ability for people in the audience to talk, and we brought it back to the board.
Oh, I see. Okay. But
you're giving Sean 2 minutes.
Yeah, no, we need 2 minutes, guys. Look, if you don't think that the impact of COVID-19 and people's ability not to pay is going to be great, which you just commented, let's be honest, right? If someone really can't pay, they've lost their job, they don't have any money, you know, sending them water and allowing them to have the poop float Hoffman Bay doesn't really cost you any money, right? So why don't you just turn around and say, if those people that really, really need it, just waive the fees. Come on, guys. I mean, it's not going to really harm you guys in the scheme of things. And arguing whether it's $200 or $25, I mean, you're making some just subjective assessments there. And I'm sure it's framed on some sort of budgetary number. I get it. But if, you know, Clemens, I think you said 30 people, right? I mean, shit, 30 people get free water and free poop. I mean, does it really matter? I mean, in the scheme of things, you know, I think we need to think that as a community, right? And you can just let's you know, let's do means to test it. If these guys can't afford to pay it, let's help them live in our community. I mean, seriously, or send me the freaking bill and I'll pay it. This is really serious. I mean, that's all I have to say. I'm just kind of amazed, but you know, you guys are just chipping at the edge of the cookie here. You know, if it's a small amount of people, material is not going to impact you guys. Make their lives easy, welcome in the community, and then we'll figure it out. If 70% of the community can't afford it, then maybe we need to revisit the strategy, long-term strategy, and make different plans. I mean, simple as that, guys. I'm a business guy. That's all I have to say. Appreciate me. Give me the time to rant. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, let's bring it back. Jim, did you want to change your motion?
What was the final discussion of changing the motion?
I heard the board say that $200 was acceptable to all the members.
For each, for water and sewer?
Well, that's a good question. Is it 200 or is it 200 per item, or is it 150? How are we breaking this up? Scott?
While we're chewing, let me make a comment to Sean.
Also, we need a motion to extend the meeting for an hour.
I move to extend the meeting by an hour.
Do I have a second? Thank you. Motion by Scott, second by Rick. Roll call vote, please.
Director Boyd?
Aye.
Director Decker?
Aye.
Director Harvey?
Aye.
Director Lohman?
Yes.
Director Slater-Carter?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sean, until recently, we've been struggling with the idea of how to do anything at all for people in difficult financial conditions, and it's only been recent because as a government agency, there are a lot of laws about not unduly favoring any particular constituency, and so it's been an actual careful walk through the minefield to try to get to where we are on this today. So I love your passion on this. I can't say the thoughts are foreign to me at all, and I'm certainly challenged by it as I think about this number. I was surprised to find out that the number is only 30, but I bet you that number is going to go up because of the crisis that we're in. 30 is kind of the steady state, and some of it is not everybody knows about the program. People who need the program, maybe they don't know, and so I have a feeling that number is going to go up. One of the things about this board is we meet once or twice a month. If we've underestimated something, we can do things about that at subsequent meetings, and we often do. So I would consider this an initial step. I'll just say to my fellow board members, I'm inclined to go further than 200 on each of water and sewer, but I believe that 200 is way better than the 100 that we had floated. And I definitely want to make sure that we make some progress on this and that we do it with an eye towards exactly where Sean was. There are people who need that hand, and if we as a public agency can find a way to do it, I want to find that way.
Did we get the official answer that it was 200 water and 200 sewer?
That's what I'm saying.
That's
okay. So I'll go ahead and change the motion to 200 water, 200 sewer.
okay. we've had discussion.
Second.
Let's have a, thank you, Rick. Let's, motion by Jim, second by Rick. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Let me get
Director Boyd,
okay. Aye.
Director Decker,
Aye.
Director Harvey,
Aye.
Director Loman,
Yes.
Director Slater Carter.
Yes. And I have a suggestion for those who have the capabilities to do these things. Sean, would you like to start a GoFundMe account to put money in for helping those in town who need it?
Well,
it's not on the agenda, so let's talk about it later, but we need to move on then to item 3, review and possible action concerning adoption of a revised master fee schedule. And it is a public hearing. And as that, I have a question for our attorney. And are we going to need to have a reading, a tally of protest votes or protests?
There we go. Thank you for unmuting me. On this item, we do not, but we do conduct the public hearing as previously.
Okay, thank you.
The public hearing, staff presentation, receive public testimony, etc. Thank you.
Okay, so let's open the public hearing on this item on, as I just read, looking for the paper. And so let's go to the staff presentation. We can't hear you, Clement.
Thank you, Scott. So what we're doing here at this item is that we're adjusting our master fee schedule. We're doing this on an annual basis. These are essentially all of our fees and charges, including water and sewer connection charges, are listed in the master fee schedule. And we're updating now the connection charges, service fees, and that's all based on cost of construction or the consumer price index if it's labor related. So the new water rates and sewer service charges are also included in the proposed master fee schedule. The following are the changes. So we have a sewer service charge rate that is suggested to be set at tonight's meeting to increase from 2107 to 2297. So the board just adopted that Prop 218 limit. The increase is necessary to fund, of course, the infrastructure improvements. We are on the sewer side, so this is the Sewer Authority Mid-Coast side infrastructure as well as ours. What's also in here right now is the water system reliability charge. So this document that is in front of you has the full charge of 558.66 cents included. It's the new introduced fee for the water infrastructure improvements. And then, as I mentioned, there is all other charges are increased either by the California Cost of Instruction Cost Index. This is 1.67% this year. And then application fees, other miscellaneous fees that really depend on labor have been increased in accordance with the U.S. Bureau of Labor Consumers Price Index that's specific for San Francisco Bay Area. That's 1.11%. And there's also the addition of the economic hardship. It is currently listed at $200. So I'm going to have a question for our attorney, just to confirm that so there's that we can make the changes, add, for example, change the $200 and that the board approves the master fee schedule in concept and allows us to make the change to $200 after the fact and post it as such.
Well, they're not making the change after the fact because this particular item hasn't been decided.
Yes, it's after the preparation of the staff report is what I...
Right, which we're here to determine the fees and charges as presented. So of course the board can decide what it wants to. And it's previously decided now the economic hardship discount will be $200 instead of $100.
Good. Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, one more thing. It has set the water system reliability charge. It has adopted the charge under item 1. This is a master fee schedule, so of course it considers something different if it wants.
Thank you. So the staff recommendation is similar to what we heard. The other public hearings: open the public hearing, consider relevant public testimony, close the public hearing, and adopt the ordinance of the Montara Water and Sanitary District, restating and amending the master fee schedule.
Correct.
Yes, thanks.
Okay, and that's the staff report. So let's go to public hearing. Open the public hearing, and I see Sean. Welcome again, Sean.
Yeah, sorry, I was raised my hand to your comment about GoFundMe. Yeah, I'm more than happy to sort it out. I actually work for Visa, so I can pull some strings and see what we can do. So I'll put the first $5 towards it. I promise you that.
Let's talk about it. My phone number is 650-346-5255. Just call Tracy and she'll give you my number.
All right, we'll get it. Thanks.
I see Sid and then Ken. And now we're getting on a first name basis, Ken. The longer you hang around, that's what we are.
I don't know if Alex went home already, but I did ask, maybe this is a board question. It was one of my original.
No, Alex is here, so we will ask him to respond.
Okay. It might be a board question though. During the December 5th meeting that I attended, and Bartles and Wells gave the options to the board, they said that the water rates currently generated 1.9 million per year in rate revenues. And then they said that you could adopt the water reliability charge, but you didn't, for 50% fixed rate and 50% usage rate. Instead, you decided to give everybody a flat fee. And so, like I said before, I think, I live in a house with one person, that's me, and the house next door has 5 people. You're charging each of us the same exact rate. So you're now adopting water rate, or what's it called? Water fee rate schedule. And yet I've never got an answer to my question on the water reliability charge. Why did you not opt for the other type of schedule instead of a fixed fee?
Alex.
I think it's a board question, really.
Maybe we should
unmute Alex, please.
Finish the public testimony first and then do questions after. I think like we did before.
That actually, if I were being really presidential or all of that stuff, I'd say that's not really on the topic we are on.
That's true too.
And since we're tight on time, I think that after much discussion, Sid, it was decided after considering all the stakeholders and the fact that water rates go down. And frankly, if you want to make your put $48 away every month in your checking account and allocate it for your taxes, that's the same as paying it on your water bill. And but the reason for the taxes was because it's not done in a monthly, It's done over a longer period of time, and by doing it as a tax, it is easier for folks in general to handle it. I'm not a fan of taxes. I see Sean shaking his head. I dislike taxes intensely. But I also understand that for some people, there are other problems with monthly bills. And some people actually take their entire tax bill. I don't know, I'm not a tax advisor, but they actually use it against other income.
Wasn't
And
my
that
question.
you asked why we did a tax bill. I tell you what, let's take.
No, that's not my the question. Nobody answered.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard you say. And Sid,
versus the
Sid,
Hey, Catherine, could we get clarity on if you give her the detailed answer, if that's not the question she had, let's at least understand the question.
All right, Sid, restate it as simply as possible, because I heard my neighbors have 5, I have 1.
Fixed rate for a meter size, not by usage. And they offered you in the December 5th presentation on page 4, 50% fixed rate, 50% usage rate instead of a fixed fee. And I wanted to know why the board opted to do the fixed fee for everybody on meter size, not on usage and need or whatever, fixed rate.
Clemens, go for it.
Okay, thank you. So you're asking the question fixed versus variable charges.
No, it was blended. They offered you
Sid,
blended.
I understand. There was a portion that was fixed and a portion that is variable. And your question is, why is now the full charge fixed?
Yeah.
Okay. So the answer is because this is an infrastructure related charge. This has nothing to do with the operations. If you're thinking about anything that is variable, depending on water usage, let's say chemicals, power to pump the water, something like that. That's an operational charge. And that is there. So you can look at operational cost and consider them ultimately as variable, even though that is not really true as well. There's some, if you're really looking closely at agencies, the variable cost on operations is actually relatively minor. The fixed costs are higher. I'm getting off topic. Infrastructure the infrastructure need is existing. If you're at home or not, as long as the home is existing, it doesn't matter if there is 10 people living or 1 person living, or if there's 1 water unit used or 5 water units used. The infrastructure need is exactly the same. And that is why the board chose to collect this charge to the fixed, with a fixed essentially model.
But I'm correct that they did offer you an option of 50-50 fixed versus usage and usage. They did offer it in that presentation I was sitting through.
That's correct, but I just gave you the reason why the board chose.
No, I understand. Thank you.
Okay, let's take it back to review and possible action concerning adoption of revised master fee schedule. I see I take it back. I see Ken.
Let me get Ken in.
Hello, hi, Ken Greenberg again. Let's see, I had made the previous comment when we were talking about agenda item number 2, suggesting considering charging half of the $558 reliability charge this first year as a way to phase it in. Like I said, just, ask that you consider those comments I made under agenda item 2 to be made for this agenda item 3. And then I do have one question that you can answer after you close this hearing, and that is for the water reliability charge that is proposed, the $558 a year. And the question is, what is the duration of that charge? How many years will that appear on our property tax bills, and will it be the same amount, the $558 every year that it is in effect?
So the
Clemens.
board can, I'm sorry.
Go for it, Clemens.
Thank you. So the board can adjust the fee with the same process going forward. And the idea, we have been very clear that the idea is to reassess in some years. And this is something that you see us do right now on the sewer side. We implemented the needed heavy rate increase, knowing we would actually have a higher financial need, and are now in a position to actually raise up to the required level, a somewhat softer approach with 9% over 3 years. And you understand, after 3 years, we have to reassess. The district situation is, of course, always changing. And so the question about when does this water system reliability charge end? Well, it would end if our infrastructure replacement needs would end, since we know that our infrastructure replacement needs will never end. So this charge is designed to be in place. And it is, we're not attempting, there's no thought process of removing it. It is, of course, always going to be adjusted to the financial needs of the agency.
Well, I guess the question is, by the action you're taking tonight, if you vote to put this reliability charge in effect, it will be on our tax bills for the rest of time, unless you take some future action to rescind it.
Yes. So,
no, there's a time limit on this, right?
Yes, 2 years.
2 years, yes.
What? No, there is no time limit on it. We are
my misunderstanding.
implementing the charge. And so, Ken, to your question, let's assume the board is adopting now a lower charge. The board set a limit. If the board now adopts a lower charge, next year we would look at that again. And with next year process, since the Prop 218 limit was set, the board does not need to go through the Prop 218 process. The board needs to go through the process that we're going through right now, which is setting the new fee in the master fee schedule. Does that clarify the question?
Yeah, well, I think you said whatever level you vote in tonight, whatever level of charge you vote in tonight, it will remain at that level for the rest of time, unless you take some future action to reduce it or increase it within the cap.
The cap is the cap that is set.
Right, the cap, I understand the cap is set, but by
we can't raise that.
The action you take tonight to put this charge in effect will remain on every tax bill for the future, for the rest of time, unless you take a future action to eliminate it or change it.
Yes, I mean, there are some small details where I say, yeah, there is some action needed. For example, the action that we just went through, allowing ourselves to put the charge on the tax roll each year. So that's a process that would be required. But the Prop 218 limit is set. The board has the ability to collect this fee going forward. And you're correct. There's action to continue collecting at the level that the board sets tonight, no further action required. If the board would further increase, and it is within the allowed Prop 218 limit, the action required would be the public hearing for the master fee schedule to adjust. If it's higher than the Prop 218 limit, the board needs to go through a full Prop 218 process as we're doing right now.
Okay. Just curious to understand the process. Thanks.
Yeah. Catherine, if I might.
Please, Scott.
The thing that the thing that we're doing is coming to terms with the fact that we have not been paying to take care of what's under the ground for the most part over the past decade. And back when Paul Perkovic was still on the board, every August, after we had passed our budget, he would raise the issue of we really need to fund the
reserves.
Well, no, it was what was the term that he used? I'm blanking on it, but basically
Depreciation.
we need to fund the depreciation. And he was speaking very technically, but stuff wears out, and if you don't have the money to repair and replace it when it wears out, well, you're gonna have to find the money anyway. So it's always going to be, scrapping to try to make it work. And we went from telling him every year, we should have up earlier in the budget process, to where we got to Paul's no longer with us. The big financial crisis of 2008, 2009 hit, and we started tightening the belt. And this is the chickens coming home to roost, and stuff wears out at the rate of about $2 million a year. Districts like ours work on I don't know the right accounting term for it. We charge what it costs to operate the district. And early the question, or one of the suggestions earlier, our department we have, aside from Clemens as general manager, we have one other person in a supervisorial role, and he manages. Clemens, how many people does he manage?
4.
It's
4 plus a number of temps. Yeah.
Plus he's hands-on. He's not a paper pusher.
Right. So, I mean, he's out there. I've seen him with the shovel. I've seen Clemens with the shovel. But I really invite people to look at the budget. And one thing I did when I was back when I was being super critical of the school board, I sat down and I read through the budget at the school board, and it was in a binder like this. And I sat down with a colleague of mine, pretty bright guy, and we went through it. We spent an entire afternoon going through it. And at the end of it, we were sorely disappointed because we thought we were going to be able to throw stones at the school board for being wasteful. And we came away from it going, we don't know how they're going to keep this operation running. And I think we're in very much the same situation here. And I would cast that $2 million as part of, this is actually accounting for what it actually costs to run the district. So yeah, this is becoming part of our rate structure. And we probably should have started this 10 years ago. Maybe not at the 2 million rate, maybe we could do it at 1.5 million, but the fact of the matter is that 40 and 50-year-old pipes under the ground, they wear out. I mean, Ken, I know you know how things under the ground rot. I remember seeing the above ground pipes on Oahu in a situation that you're quite familiar with. So, I mean, very sympathetic to your questions, and I want to make sure you understand, and that's why I'm taking the time to frame it and to also kind of admit to myself that I should have pushed on this harder sooner. But here we are.
Right. Sean, do you have a comment, or is your hand raised from previously?
No, I do have a comment, and it's to the last two comments. And first of all, Scott, thank you for for your honesty, because I think we all see what's going on, right? And we recognize that it's time to cut the leg off and save the body. And it's a tough spot to be in. But let's also be clear, right? You're changing your fundamental operating model. You're decoupling a capital expenditure and you're putting it into a taxable bond that's lean on people's homes, right? Which is a risky measure, I think, for most homeowners, especially those ones that are financially challenged. So, the fees we pay on water and other related costs don't bear any of the capital costs, right? Because you've obfuscated that and put it in a different area where people are not going to really see it on their water bill. And I think that's the issue I have fundamentally. Whether you capitalize it, amortize it, depreciate it, and however you want to pay the books, you need to run your business. But fundamentally, that's what you're doing. And you're doing a minimum of this amount of money to be tied to your tax bill. And if you don't pay your tax bill, you could lose your house, right? And so that's the risk and the danger in all this. And I think, unfortunately, you and school boards and the bond measures are all doing the same thing, where you're taking the least path of resistance and the easy administrative path to put on people's homes. I don't get the pipes are rotting. I don't get we haven't invested. I totally see it. I get capital expenditure. I deal with this every single day on hardware and software. I see that. But I think the reality is the way we're doing it is a bit, I think, a bit underhanded. It's a sleight of hand. And I think that's what doesn't sit well with me. And I don't think most people fundamentally, understand what's really going on and get it, which is probably why you don't have a lot of community engagement. I mean, most people are trying to deal with putting the kids to bed and putting bread on their table, and they're not really worried about all the other stuff, right? Voting on emotional issues, which is why the stuff gets passed. So I get the problems. I support you guys. I know you guys are trying to do a good thing. But it doesn't sit well with me the way you're tying it to people's homes. I mean, you're putting a lien on people's homes, and that doesn't sit well with me. So that's my comment. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right, let's close the public hearing. And we don't need a count.
Can we have a motion to close?
Yes, let's have a motion to close and a second.
Catherine?
Yes.
We do have one hand raised.
Oh, that just came up while I was looking at the steps. Sid.
Oh, let me get you unmuted, Sid. 1 second.
Okay, thank you. I don't remember who it was that spoke just before Sean Boddington, but he was saying to you guys that $588 fee was going to go on into perpetuity, and you kind of nodded your head. But my understanding from attending other board meetings or hearing them on Zoom was that you actually knocked it down and you really wanted to charge us $1,000 each year. So I don't know if you're being totally honest with him. I thought I heard Clemens say that we were only being charged for $1 million instead of the $2 million that they really wanted. Is that right? So it could go up. The fee could go up in the future. That's basically the point I'm making.
No.
You're right.
We're gonna close.
We have $2 million need, and we're asking right now for $1 million. So it's a first step.
It'll go up, in other words.
In the future.
Well,
but you said 2 years, Catherine. After 2 years, it could go up. I pretty much concur with Sean. It shouldn't be going on the tax bill. It's too much of a burden. Wait till we all get our school bond fee this year. That's going to be a hellish one.
Madam President, are there any more speakers?
I don't see any more. I'm waiting in case somebody else puts their hand up before I look down. I see no other hands. So we have a motion. We need a motion to close the public hearing.
I make the motion.
Thank you, Peter. A second. Thank you, Scott. And we do not need to complete a tabulation. I am correct? Yes. So let's have the board discuss the item.
We need to vote.
What was that, Scott?
We need to actually vote to close the public session or the.
No, I'm sorry. We need I am exhausted. A motion to close the public hearing. We have a motion and a second, and we need a roll call vote.
Director Boyd,
Aye.
Director Decker,
Aye.
Director Harvey,
Aye.
Director Lohman,
Yes.
Director Slater Carter.
Yes. Now the board can discuss the item. Let's just start with Rick.
Well, my thought in trying to, if we're just sort of moving money around between pockets and things, my goal was to reduce the impact of this this water charge. So if we looking at what's happened, for a person who's on sewer and water, we've authorized $400 back, or $400 reduction. So that was my goal. It is going up $550, but if we're reducing it by 400, that was my goal. We had talked to other people about, reducing the fixed fee 50% or something like that. This is, I don't know, something around 75% or something, if we put the two numbers together. So that's my only comment.
Okay, Peter.
I come back to my previous proposal that we delay the implementation until the second half of the year, so that the fee for this first financial year will become 280 instead of 560.
Thank you. Jim?
No comment.
Scott?
I have a question for Peter. Given the deadlines for the tax installments, the first one being in mid-December and the second one being in April, that does defer it several months.
Yes.
Does that in any way change how you might feel about the amount?
No.
So I would characterize it as, well, I mean, to me, it's not deferring the start of it until mid-year. It's, or to the middle of the annual cycle. But it's just, to me, what you're proposing is just cutting it.
Yes.
Cutting the amount that we put on, and then would you propose that we would bring it back up to the original that was proposed for this year for next year?
Yes.
So I guess what you're saying is treat it as the same amount per year, just start the clock halfway through 1 year. Yes. So the first implementation, it's really we only collect half. I see what you're doing.
Yes.
Yeah. I want to. I'm gonna support one of those two, either the 75 or the 50%. I believe that we have the opportunity to do the one-time disposition of some assets that might help bring that up. And I think if we cut the amount that we collect by a significant chunk, and we've got a lot of incentive to go figure out how to get the most out of those assets and to do it soon. We're not going to see the revenues from the county from the tax collection for several months, but it's possible we could sell something sooner and have money to work with to get things underway, because we've got projects that we need to do. So I'd like to ask for an agenda item on a subsequent meeting as soon as possible to discuss some of that. And I'd be willing to work with our president and Clemens to talk about particulars about what we might, put on the table for an initial proposal. Again, I don't expect this to be popular with my colleagues, but I think we have to talk about it.
Okay. Do we have any more comments from the board? I'd like to hear a motion. I heard two potential motions. And I'm not sure what the consensus of the board is.
I'd like to have a word.
Please.
So I'm understanding we have the idea of cutting the fee by 50%, and we have the idea of cutting the fee by 75%. And I'm going to urge the board to take a close look at the cash flow or water side. And I'm going to tell you straight out that a 50% cut is not an option. It is impossible from my perspective to cut this fee by 50%. So if you're looking at our cash flow that's in the budget, this for up for approval as the second item, you will see that us taking $500,000 away is going to drain our cash completely.
And Clemens, what are the results of that? Where does that leave us?
Well, that leaves us with that whatever breaks we cannot fix. So any main break or let's say a facility would have to be turned off. Could not use it.
And recently we just had lost a pump to flushable wipes, and that was something that we would not be able to fix if we vote for 50%.
Well, that was on the sewer side, so we don't
that was
have
sorry.
that issue there.
Oh, good. But if one of our water pumps went out?
I mean, you look at our current CIP this fiscal year, the board, we agreed to set the CIP at $500,000. We have spent to date $800,000 on repairs. These are projects that weren't planned for. These are emergencies. So cutting by 50% is going to get us in a very risky situation.
Yeah, I'm committed to finding a way for us to close the gap with some asset sale, but I'm gonna propose the 75%.
75% reduction?
No, 25%. Rick's proposal, but I'm going to insist that we take a good hard look at closing that gap and trying to get the full amount through an asset sale. And let me say for everyone watching, this kind of thing tends to go past and get misinterpreted. This is a one-time only kind of thing that maybe we can do. So this doesn't take care of next year at all, but Clemens is making a pretty strong point. And if we cut, we need to keep looking and digging to find more money to actually hit what we need on our CIP.
That's right.
So
if we cut by 50%, we need to find a source of money, and I would estimate at least $250,000 cash infusion.
Yeah. So, Rick, I'm with you on the let's go for the 75% number.
No, I think my comments were slightly misunderstood by the group there. What I was saying earlier was that I'm looking at, let's say there's a household, it has water and sewer, and they meet the care requirements. Okay, what I said was we are now giving them $400 discount, or whatever you want to call that. So what I was saying was that same household would be charged $558, but we're giving back 400 was my logic on that. So the net for that household would be you know, just the smaller amount.
$180.
Yeah. So if I wasn't saying reduce this rate by 25%. If we did that, then it would certainly meet the goal of we've reduced that to zero for the families who are on the care program.
I thought you were saying in the first year, rather like Peter is saying, find a reduction in the availability charge by taking it instead of 100% of what's proposed to 75% of what's proposed. Peter is saying let's take it 50% of what's proposed. I was in agreement with what I thought you were saying, which was take.
I don't think you can do the one and the other. It's either the one or the other.
Right.
Well, right. It's either 50 or 75, right?
Or nothing. Or we leave it as staff has proposed so that we don't end up in some kind of emergency where we have lost a major piece of equipment. I think a lot of people don't understand, for instance, what a generator costs. You can go to the Home Depot and get a generator for your house for a couple $100. Clemens, what does a generator cost for our water system?
Around, we have generators that cost $100,000 in the system. But we pay, you know, the lowest price probably $50,000 for a small one.
Right. The costs of a clean water system are very high. And it's not necessarily the choice. Everybody wants clean water. And then we've got the state coming and telling us, well, you need to put in this water treatment system on a well you don't use very much. But boy, if you don't do it, and there goes $180,000. And that was a, we didn't even have time to negotiate on that. We had to do it. I am very concerned that as we reduce this, we are leaving our water system vulnerable.
So I want to be really clear about my proposal. It's a reduction with the anticipation of an asset contributing to close that gap. That's why I'm proposing the 75% number instead of the 50% number, because I want to hit the 100% number, but I want to do it off the sale of an asset.
It's a gamble, Scott. Real estate is a gamble.
To move this along, the board can make a change in the near future if it wants, but I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to adopt the revised master fee schedule.
Thank you, Jim. Do we have a second? I'll make the second. Rick gave a second. A roll call vote, please, Tracy.
To understand,
Is there more discussion?
I want to make sure I understand the motion. So is the motion to move forward with no change, no reduction?
Correct. The board can change its mind in the near future, but we have to make a decision, and I think we need to move forward at this point. So I made the motion.
I think what Jim is saying is that we should keep the $558 in place and only go forward with the proposal of Rick to increase the $100 to $200 each for sewer and for water, right, for those families that qualify.
Yes,
we've already done that.
Is that correct, Jim?
Thank you.
Is that how I understood you?
No.
Yes. So that's the motion.
No,
and
hang
the
on.
second.
I think we have some confusion here because, as Christine pointed out, we've already changed it to 200 for water and 200 for sewer for the care.
That's done.
That's done. Yes.
That's not what we're talking about.
Right. We're talking about I'm talking about what do we do with the availability, the water availability charge. And I'm proposing, to be super clear, is that we would knock it down for this first year by 25% to the 75% of the number that we had proposed, and then get busy planning to backfill that deficit with selling something off.
Thank you. But we have a motion and a second on the table. I would like a roll call vote, please.
Just to be clear, the motion that is on the table is the $558 water reliability charge remains unchanged, and the other, is that the only thing? Since we already blessed off the $200 each?
Well, this is for the master fee schedule, and it would include what we did with our last vote about the 200, and it would include what we did in the first public hearing tonight, which would be the $558.
Correct.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Director Boyd,
No.
Director Decker,
Aye.
Director Harvey,
Aye.
Director Loman,
Yes.
Director Slater Carter.
Yes. Motion carries 4-1. And we are at, what do we do for the rest of the evening? Given that it is 12:30, do we need we need to go through, and we can either schedule a special meeting to finish it. We can approve the consent agenda so checks can get sent out. We can have the other items on the agenda of relevance are review and possible action concerning approval of Sewer Authority Mid-Coast General and Collections budget for fiscal year 2021, and review and possible action concerning approval of MWSD water and sewer budgets and capital improvements.
So I would like to suggest that we do the consent agenda and then have a special meeting maybe Tuesday or some other time very soon.
We have a regular scheduled meeting coming up in 2 weeks. I think Sam could be dealt with at that meeting, and our budget as well.
Okay, that would certainly make it easy to do further analysis on the proposals that we've heard tonight for changing these items too. So let's move on to the consent agenda then. Could we have a motion to extend the meeting for half an hour? And I bet we can get done a lot faster.
So move.
Thank you, Rick. Do we have a second?
You have to vote.
Do we have a second? I'll make the second. All the roll call vote, please, for extending the meeting for half an hour.
Director Boyd,
Aye.
Director Decker,
Aye.
Director Harvey,
Aye.
Director Loman,
Yes.
Director Slater Carter.
Yes. So we're going to do the consent agenda, approve minutes for regular scheduled board meetings, May 7, and Finance Committee meeting of May 13th, 2020, approve financial statements for April 2020, approve warrants for June 1, 2020, SAM flow report for April 2020, monthly review of current investment portfolio, connection permit applications received, monthly water production report, rain report, solar energy report, and monthly public agency retirement service report for March 2020. Do we have any items we need to withdraw? Okay, do we have a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Jim, second by Rick. No items have been removed. Discussion. All those, let's have a roll call vote, please.
Director Boyd,
Aye.
Director Decker,
Aye.
Director Harvey,
Aye.
Director Loman,
Yes.
Director Slater Carter.
Aye. Okay, we will adjourn the meeting, and look, we got out early.
Okay, Catherine, I would suggest that Clemens, if you think that we need to have a meeting before the 2 weeks for the closed session items or anything else, just I think you should go ahead and consider setting that up.
Thank you. Peter Medina just let me know that he's not available for the 18th. Peter is our accountant, and I think it will be much better if we have him there. So we're going to look at maybe scheduling a special meeting to deal with our budget at least at a time before. So I'm going to talk this through, of course, with the president and inform everybody.
Okay.
Well, let's for the sake of the public, let's do both budgets together, because I see a lot of people who have remained online who are interested, I'm assuming, in the budgets, and this is a good opportunity to explain things in a directly pointed venue, as opposed to trying to mix a whole lot of things in.
Okay.
So we'll do the SAM budget and the MWSD budget at a special meeting.
In closed session if necessary.
And closed session to follow.
Do you say special meeting? We could just continue the meeting to a date, if that would make it easier.
If everyone has their schedule available,
anytime.
I would prefer not Tuesday, but other than that, I'm fine.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
I could do
Wednesday the 16th.
On Wednesday. We're talking 7:30 p.m.
7:30 p.m. on June 10th.
Oh, June 10th.
I'm good.
I happen to have my paper schedule here, so I can.
Whoa!
You don't have to go home to get it?
No. Oh. Okay.
So
right.
We still got done before 15 minutes. I'm trying to get us out early.
Early. Yeah, funny way to think about early. It's kind of like how we're talking about our budget.
It's early in the morning.
Okay.
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 Okay. Yes, Clement?
I think you adjourned the meeting, and we can end the meeting.
We will end this meeting, and we will adjourn. No, not adjourn. We will reconvene this meeting since we're getting all this money for our meetings.
This meeting is being
matter.
continued until Wednesday,
It's
June
being
10th.
continued. Yes, at 7:30.
As just a point of order, I would like to thank the intrepid members of the community, a few folks out there. It looks like Peter and JQ and Sid and Barbara and Baboon, and we just recently lost a few others, but we've had some incredible participation tonight from so many members of the community, and it's a privilege to be able to serve you.
Yes, and thank you very much, and especially thank you to our consultants and staff as well. Let's leave the meeting, guys. It's continued until June 10th at 7:30.
Ciao.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good night. I'm gonna leave. Bye-bye.